Lin Rusong said. Supreme Commander, this old master has gotten on in age, and all those years living in seclusion have stripped me of my spirit to strive further. Although I was lucky enough to receive the qualification to enter the profound Heaven's Temple, I'm afraid I don't stand much chance of success. Why don't I give my qualification to Sir Yang instead? Sir Yang is a rising star, young and strong. Not to mention, he inherited Senior Bright Moon's legacy. This old master is sure he will achieve great things if he enters the profound Heaven's Temple. Supreme Commander, please also enter the profound Heaven's Temple and preside over the overall situation there. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the masters turned their eyes to him in astonishment. But soon their astonishment transformed into profound respect. It was true that he was no longer young, but even so he was far from approaching the end of his life. He simply looked elderly on the outside. As a pseudo-great emperor, he still had a long life ahead of him. Therefore, his willingness to give up his spot at this time was undoubtedly his way of trying to bring a peaceful resolution to this situation. It was just that the cost was far too great. Everyone else knew that they did not have the courage to do what he did, so how could they not respect him for it? Even Song Mo, who was trying to cause trouble for Yang Kai, frowned with a troubled expression. He had targeted Yang Kai for personal grievances, while on the other hand, Lin Rusong had sacrificed his own interests for the sake of the greater good. Comparing the two made Song Mo seem as though he was a petty and small-minded man. Even Fu Zhuan's generally cold gaze became considerably warmer and gentler when she looked at Lin Rusong. Generally, most pseudo-great emperors would rack their brains to obtain a spot among the quota. It was rare to see a person taking the initiative to give up the qualification they previously obtained. Such a mindset was difficult for an ordinary person to achieve. Li Wui smiled. I have received your kind intentions, Sir Lin. It is just that the two elders and I have discussed this matter in advance. There are many things that the two elders cannot directly interfere with in the star boundary, so I need to stay behind and take charge of matters here. That is why I won't be able to step away no matter what. He paused for a moment before cupping his fists. Regardless, many thanks, Sir Lin. Lin Rusong sighed upon hearing those words. Sir Li's righteousness is an example to us all. This old master respects you. Li Wui said, I also admire your noble spirit, Sir Lin. What originally started as an attack targeting Yang Kai was peacefully diffused with Lin Rusong's appearance. The old man would rather give up his qualification to settle matters peacefully. So if Song Mo still refused to back down now, he would be too unappreciative of the old man's kindness. Does anybody else have any objections? Zhu Yan swept his gaze over the crowd, and no one made a sound. In that case, be sure to support each other when you enter the profound Heaven's Temple. Avoid internal conflict. This old master will be waiting for your good news upon your return. He gently nodded. He knew that once they entered the profound Heaven's Temple, it was impossible to completely avoid any internal strife. Even if this group of people from the star boundary ruthlessly killed all the demon saints from the demon realm, it would still end in a fierce struggle between evenly matched opponents. There was only one vacant spot to become a great emperor when the profound Heaven's Temple opened this time, and the only way to compete for that spot was through bloody slaughter. Therefore, the pseudo-great emperors in the star boundary had to maintain a relationship between allies and comrades in arms until all the demon race half-saints were eliminated. While the discussion between the participants from the star boundary was happening, the demon race's side was gradually gathering as well. Numerous figures brimming with demon chi appeared behind the three demon saints. Yang Kai lifted his gaze and looked over in their direction with a frown. It was obvious that the number of half-saints dispatched by the demon realm was greater than the pseudo-great emperors of the star boundary. That was within his expectations, however, as the demon race had always held an absolute advantage when it came to their number of masters. That was the case for the great emperors and demon saints, as well as the pseudo-great emperors and half-saints. The reason was that the demon realm was much larger than the star boundary, so the capacity of its world's bottle was also greater. In addition, the demon race had the myriad demon pills which allowed their high-level masters to cultivate faster and more efficiently. Fortunately, the demon race seemed to have the same concerns as the star boundary and did not dare to dispatch all of their half-saints. Hence, although their numbers were slightly greater than the star boundary, it was not an outrageous difference. The demon realm had roughly 40 participants, which was still within an acceptable range. It was most likely an arrangement specially set up to deal with the lineup of the star boundary. Be careful of that corpse demon. Li Wuyi suddenly sent a secret divine sense transmission to Yang Kai. Yang Kai followed Li Wuyi's gaze and saw a corpse demon standing in front of the demon race half-saint camp. The corpse demon was looking in this direction with a grim smile. His skin appeared to be dark blue in color and his fangs were exposed at the edge of his mouth. Moreover, palm-length spikes were sticking out of his exposed skin like steel needles all over his body. He had a terrifying and menacing air about him. Jia Long. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. Having lived in the demon realm for many years, he had a better grasp on the demon race's information than anyone else in the star boundary. Even if he had not met all the half-saints in the demon realm, he had heard all of their names at least. Thus, he could immediately guess the identity of the corpse demon after hearing what Li Wuyi said. Li Wuyi gently nodded. He ranks first among the demon race half-saints in terms of strength. I fought him twice. He is a very difficult opponent. Be careful if you run into him. Yang Kai gently nodded in response. There was not much time left, so Li Wuyi quickly pointed out the half-saints of the demon race that required special attention to Yang Kai. Those half-saints were those that Li Wuyi thought might pose a threat to Yang Kai's life. Hence, Yang Kai carefully committed them all to memory. On the other hand, Jia Long seemed to hold great prejudice against Li Wuyi. He had been staring at Li Wuyi since he appeared, and it wasn't until he noticed that Li Wuyi was communicating with Yang Kai via divine sense that he turned his attention to Yang Kai. Then he grinned and swiped his finger across his neck. Yang Kai sneered and turned a deaf ear. All of a sudden, he frowned and stared at a figure among the demon race camp. Who is that? Why is there a human there? There was indeed a human standing among the many half-saints. Although this person was also overflowing with demon chi, there were some subtle differences between him and the other demons. It might have been missed if one was not paying attention, so Yang Kai had failed to notice it at first. Li Wuyi replied lightly, "One of the 4 great lords of demon heavenly Tao, Fire Lord." So that's him. Yang Kai realized. Demon Heavenly Tao was a group of traitors from the star boundary who took refuge with the demon race. Whether they did so willingly or were forced to, they had since become demons. The master of Demon Heavenly Tao was none other than Night Shadow Great Emperor, Ken Yi. Even before the demon race invaded, Demon Heavenly Tao's existence had caused a lot of trouble for the star boundary. Below the master of Demon Heavenly Tao were 4 great lords named Wind, Lightning, Fire, and Mountain. Each one of them had the strength of a pseudo-great emperor. Wind Lord had basically died in the Flowing Time Temple. The reason Yang Kai now had some gray mixed in with his black hair was all thanks to Wind Lord, in fact. Afterwards, Thunder Lord seemed to have died at the hands of a star boundary master while Fire Lord and Mountain Lord were missing. The demon race had invaded at the start of the second war between the 2 worlds, and the master of the Demon Heavenly Tao, Ken Yi, went missing after becoming severely injured. Thus, Demon Heavenly Tao gradually disappeared. Demon Heavenly Tao was originally an organization Ken Yi established in order to create chaos in the star boundary before the invasion of the demon realm. Therefore, Demon Heavenly Tao naturally lost its primary purpose once the demon race army came. Since Ken Yi was treating his wounds in secret, even he could only leave Demon Heavenly Tao to fend for itself. Nevertheless, Yang Kai never expected Fire Lord to actually receive the qualification to enter the Profound Heavens Temple when it opened. Although he did not know what the situation was like among the demon race, it was clear that they were no better off than the star boundary. There must have been disputes as they scrambled to compete for the qualifications to enter, hence, it was somewhat unexpected for a human like Fire Lord to stand out among a bunch of demon race half-saints. Yang Kai also vaguely had the feeling that Fire Lord gave off a familiar air, like he had met this person somewhere before. As if feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Fire Lord turned to look at Yang Kai and grinned slightly when their eyes met. "You need to be careful of this person too." Li Wuyi's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ear. "Among the 4 great lords of Demon Heavenly Tao, the other 3 have clear origins and traceable backgrounds. Only Fire Lord's origins are a mystery. It's almost as if he never existed before the rise of Demon Heavenly Tao. He appeared out of nowhere alongside Demon Heavenly Tao. I have no idea where can ye recruited him from. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded lightly. By this time, the doors of the profound heavens temple had long been opened. It looked like an invisible beast was opening its mouth wide to choose a person to devour. Just the aura that came out of the doors alone gave people a slight insight into the Grand Tao. Be they the pseudo-great emperors of the human race or the half-saints of the demon realm, all of them were eager to move after they gathered in this place. After all, they had a chance at becoming a great emperor as long as they rushed through the doors and entered the profound heavens temple. Who could resist such a temptation? It was just that the 2 dragon clan elders and the 3 demon saints had not said anything, so nobody dared to act rashly. It was not easy to be the first to speak out in this situation after all. The auras from both sides collided with each other, causing the space between them to become distorted. All of a sudden, Xueli lifted a hand and pointed at Yang Kai and declared out loud, "Once you're inside, find a chance and kill him for me." While speaking, a bright red light shot out from the tip of his finger and flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression froze, but before he could do anything, Zhu Yan was already standing in front of him. The blood-colored light scattered with a wave of Zhu Yan's hand. That action seemed to be a signal as, after Xueli pointed with his finger, the tens of half-saints behind him rushed towards the open doors of the profound heavens temple. They instantly arrived in front of the doors and were about to rush into the profound heavens temple. Just then, space principles fluctuated and the figures of Li Wuyi and Yang Kai disappeared at the same time. By the time they reappeared again, they had already passed the half-saints and arrived in front of the doors of the profound heavens temple. Li Wuyi's black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His clothes flapped audibly as the space around him became distorted and space principles flared. He did not flinch even when facing dozens of half-saints coming straight at him and simply clapped his hand, pressed his palms tightly together and shouted, "Solidify!" Space froze, causing the half-saints who rushed forward to freeze in their tracks. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful Li Wuyi was, he was only a pseudo-great emperor, so how could he stop the charge of so many half-saints by himself? Just being able to stop them for a moment was already an astonishing feat. Thus, the half-saints were all furious. They all urged their own secret techniques to break free from the constraints of space, causing their demon chi to surge violently. Oh! A high-pitched dragon roar rang out, followed by a crackling sound. Then, a more than 1,000-meter-long behemoth appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Li Wuyi. Taking advantage of the momentary gap created by Li Wuyi, Yang Kai transformed into his half-dragon form. Light flickered at the tip of his azure dragon spear. Gripping the tail of the spear tightly, he swept the spear in a horizontal arc in front of him. The flash of power shrouded a large area and a terrifying murderous intent mixed with a mysterious aura enveloped the demon race half-saints. All of the half-saints turned pale and couldn't be bothered to attack Li Wuyi as they hurriedly retreated instead. From their past experience, they knew that Yang Kai had realized a power called martial truth. It was a strange and unpredictable power, but it was also incomparably difficult to handle. Once injured by that power, the injury was like maggots on rotting bones. Even the demon saints had to spend a lot of effort to neutralize the power. If it really came down to a fight, there was no way they would fear Yang Kai with so many of them on their side. Even if they had to pay a price, they could still manage to kill him here. However, this was the critical moment when they were about to enter the profound heavens temple to compete for the star boundaries opportunity. Which half-saint would be willing to be injured here, especially by Yang Kai? They would immediately be disqualified if they were so much as scratched by Yang Kai's spear. Therefore, they backed away despite their unwillingness and did not dare to confront the latter directly. The moment both sides clashed, the 2 dragon clan elders and the 3 demon saints of the demon realm also collided with each other. The world instantly fell into a state of chaos from the impact of their battle. Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan were not willing to fight the demon saints in this place since they were too close to the profound heavens temple, and it would be disastrous if their battle affected it in some way. What's more, the fallout of their battle was too devastating. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they accidentally hurt one of the pseudo-great emperors on their own side? Unfortunately, the demon saints didn't seem worried about that. They seemed to be trying to break through the defensive line of the two Dragon Clan elders to attack the pseudo-great emperors in order to reduce some of the competitors in the Grand Dao battle in advance. If they wanted a fight, then the two Dragon Clan elders would take up the challenge. It was an inevitable battle. Terrifying shockwaves of the battle spread out and both half-saints and pseudo-great emperors paled at the sight. There had never been a time when they were so close to a battle of this scale. Feeling the power of the top masters from their respective sides left them feeling a sense of yearning on top of their horror. "What are you all waiting for?" Xianxia held the 1,000-meter-long giant spear in his hand and his voice boomed out like a dragon roar. Both he and Li Wuyi were blocking the doors to the profound heavens temple, preventing several dozens of half-saints from advancing. Their majesty was so brilliant that nobody could look at them directly. In the wake of his roar, many pseudo-great emperors came back to their senses and quickly rushed towards the profound heavens temple. Xiao. Numerous figures brushed past Xianxia and Li Wuyi. The first to rush over was Mo. He was quick to notice the opportunity and also the fastest to react among all the others. Nobody knew if it was because he had already planned for this a long time ago. The rest of the crowd gently nodded, plunged through the doors, and disappeared. Watching the group of pseudo-great emperors entering the profound heavens temple, the half-saints headed by Jialong of the demon race camp all had deeply unhappy expressions. Nobody knew what the situation was like inside the profound heavens temple, but those who entered first might enjoy some extra advantages. Who could say whether the pseudo-great emperors of the star boundary would set up various traps in advance by the time the rest of them entered? They might suffer some casualties as a result. Even so, they were worried about Xianxia's martial truth, so none of them was willing to step forward at this time. In the blink of an eye, all the pseudo-great emperors of the star boundary entered the profound heavens temple. "Go!" Li Wuyi shouted in a low voice. The two great elders of the Dragon Clan were being held up by the three demon saints and could not get away, so it was impossible to block the attacks of so many half-saints with just Li Wuyi and Xianxia's power alone. The best outcome they could hope for was to let all the people from the star boundary enter first. Xianxia also understood this fact, and with a nod of his head, his enormous body twisted and transformed back to his human form. He stared at Li Wuyi deeply for a moment before turning and rushing into the palace. Once Xianxia had entered the profound heavens temple, Li Wuyi smiled at Jialong, stretched out his hand in a welcoming gesture, and stepped aside. Jialong was livid as he snorted coldly and ignored Li Wuyi. Leading the group of half-saints behind him, he rushed forward quickly and the figures vanished out of sight, one after another. A short while later, only Li Wuyi was left in front of the profound heavens temple. Looking at the open doors and feeling the deep aura coming from within, he gave a small sigh. Giving up on this opportunity was equivalent to narrowly missing the chance of reaching the peak of the martial Dao. Unfortunately, with the current situation, he would still make the same choice even if he was given the chance to redo everything again. At this moment, he suddenly frowned and turned to look to the side. A stream of light was rushing in this direction at a high speed, arriving in close proximity in the blink of an eye to reveal a slim figure. Shang Yuzhu. He glanced at the person who just came and smiled. Although he had never met Xing Yuzhu before, he had heard Xianxia mention her before, thus he immediately recognized her at a glance. Supreme Commander Li? This Shang has long admired you. Shang Yuzhu's beautiful eyes glanced upward and she smiled sweetly. Are you going to stop me, Supreme Commander? He slowly shook his head. You don't belong to the Star Boundary Army, so I have no control over you. You may enter if you wish, but if you meet Xianxia inside, please help him out as much as possible. She nodded. I will. Before the final moment comes, I will not make things difficult for him, but you should also understand that everybody is an enemy in the battle over the Grand Dao, Supreme Commander. Naturally, Li Wuyi agreed. If I come out alive, I will definitely contribute to the stability of the Star Boundary. While speaking, her tender body shifted, and she threw herself into the doors of the profound heavens temple and disappeared. Li Wuyi smiled lightly. Having learned about Shang Yuzhu's situation from Xianxia, he knew that she had been trapped in the void crack for many years. After so many years of suffering, it was only natural for her to want to recover her strength as fast as possible. Therefore, she had not answered the call to join the Star Boundary Army back then. Now that her strength had been fully restored, it made sense that she could not remain on the sidelines any longer. According to the information she provided previously, the profound Heavens Temple would remain for 3 days once it completely solidified. It would slip back into the void 3 days later and disappear without a trace. When it reappeared once more, it would be the day the Grand Dao battle ended. Therefore, Li Wuyi's current duty was to guard this place for the next 3 days. It was both to prevent the demon race from allowing more half-saints to enter and the pseudo-great emperors in the star boundary from making a move. Meanwhile, the battle between the 2 great elders of the Dragon Clan and the demon saints was slowly coming to an end. In the past, it had always been Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan being suppressed by the 3 demon saints. However, the couple had gotten much stronger ever since they entered the dragon rebirth pond and now held the upper hand in battle. Even so, it was still rather unrealistic for them to kill off any of the demon saints with just their strength alone, just as how the demon saints had not been able to kill them before either. Continuing in this meaningless battle would only lead to losses on both sides. Hence, they gradually stopped fighting once all the people who were to enter the profound Heavens Temple had entered. They each took up guard on one side of the profound Heavens Temple and quietly confronted each other. Oh! The world spun in a dizzying manner. During that moment when Yang Kai stepped through the doors of the profound Heavens Temple, he felt as though his head was about to explode. These were obviously signs of space transference. If a person who was proficient in space principles like him was suffering such symptoms, then it must be much worse for the others. He secretly estimated that it would take the others who entered the profound Heavens Temple at least several dozen breaths before they could gather their wits. The scenery in his field of vision was twisted and distorted, as though he were traveling through a tunnel of time and space. In addition, his figure was free-falling endlessly. It was extremely disconcerting. Yang Kai did not know how long it was before he suddenly noticed the space around him relaxing and the feeling of solid ground beneath his feet. A cold wind blew past him, and his entire body felt a chill. Only then did he notice that his clothes were soaked with sweat and he was half kneeling on the ground while gasping for breath. Before he even had the time to study his surroundings, he quickly released his divine sense to check for danger. Nobody knew what the situation was like inside the profound Heavens Temple, not even Shang Yuzhu. Even though she had experienced a Grand Dao battle in the past, she had never entered the profound Heavens Temple after all, so who could guarantee that there were no threats here? Fortunately, there seemed to be no danger in the vicinity of where he had landed. He noticed some life auras around him through his perception, but they posed no threat to his life even though they were fairly powerful. There were no familiar energy fluctuations in the range covered by his divine sense, so he couldn't help frowning and murmuring to himself, "Were we randomly teleported to different places?" It was not his first time entering sealed worlds similar to this one. Many sealed worlds had these kinds of restrictions placed at their entrances, so each person would land at a completely different place even though they all entered together. It was reasonable. This was the profound Heavens Temple where the Grand Dao battle took place after all. All the people who entered this place were enemies, so if all of them landed in the same spot, it would surely turn into an instant bloodbath. As the feeling of dizziness gradually faded, Yang Kai finally had the time to look around, and what he saw made him raise a brow. He seemed to have landed in a jungle with incomparably huge and towering ancient trees all around him. Each of these large trees would need at least several people to wrap their arms around. The largest one of them was bigger than an ordinary tree by more than 10 times. The dense canopy was like a gigantic umbrella that covered the sky above his head. Moreover, every single giant tree was exuding an extremely ancient aura. In addition, the world energy in the jungle was so dense that it had condensed into a fog, causing the entire jungle to be shrouded in a mist thick enough that he could not see his fingers if he stretched his hand out in front of him. Yang Kai took a deep breath, only to feel all the blood in his body boiling in excitement. Millions of pores opened on his skin and the ubiquitous and pure world energy poured directly into his body in a mad rush. It made him feel speechless. This place consumed 100 years' worth of world energy from the star boundary when it opened, but the interior was an even greater scene of flourishing prosperity. It was worthy of being called a source-sealed world. Just the density of the world energy alone was not something anywhere in the star boundary could compare with. Even the heaven-grade cultivation rooms at Spirit Lake Palace were nothing compared to this place. If a person were to cultivate in such an environment, their cultivation speed would increase by more than 10 times. It was a pity that the profound Heaven's Temple could only be opened at a certain time. Besides, who could occupy a source-sealed world like this forever? While it was not a bad idea to hide inside this place without leaving, that person would not be able to survive the erosion of time either and would eventually turn into a pile of dead bones. A strange fragrance lingered at the tip of Xianxia's nose, so he sniffed lightly and his line of sight quickly moved in the direction of the smell. He saw a short vine not far from where he had first landed. The vine was covered in pale gold, longan-sized fruits. These fruits were peculiar in shape, and at first glance, it seemed like there were countless cicadas perched on top of the vine. They were so lifelike that they looked like they were about to come to life. That strange fragrance was emanating from those fruits. Xianxia stepped forward, reached out to pick a fruit, and studied it carefully. Golden cicada fruit? His eyes lit up. This was an amazing item. Even though it had been a while since the last time he personally refined anything through alchemy, his heritage as an emperor-grade alchemist was still there. His outlook was naturally unmatched by ordinary people. The golden cicada fruit itself was an emperor-grade spirit fruit that could be used to refine the golden cicada pill. Consuming this spirit pill could greatly improve the cultivation speed of a cultivator. Even without further refining, the golden cicada fruit itself carried some of these special effects. All this information was something he learned from various ancient books and records. The golden cicada fruit had long since gone extinct in the star boundary, so he had never seen the real thing for himself. Nevertheless, the golden cicada fruit had such obvious features, so how could he mistake it? The source-sealed world known as the profound Heaven's Temple is amazing. Xianxia had been teleported to this place at random and immediately came across the golden cicada fruit. That went to show just how rich the materials in the entire sealed world were. No wonder Shang Yuzhu claimed that all the masters who participated in the Grand Dao battle throughout the ages would undergo earth-shaking changes in terms of strength as long as they could come out alive. It would now seem that there were opportunities to be found everywhere in the profound Heaven's Temple. Where the golden cicada fruit exists, there must be a golden striped wind snake guarding it. The information he read back then flashed across his mind. Then, a lurking shadow shot out from the vines at the speed of lightning. As I thought, Xianxia grinned and reached out a hand to grab that black shadow. It felt very smooth to the touch and turned out to be a strange 3-meter-long spirit snake with 2 fleshy wings on its sides. There was a straight golden line running down its back. Its tongue flicked listlessly, making soft hissing sounds, a stench overflowing with poison emanating from its mouth. The golden cicada fruit had long since gone extinct in the star boundary, and the accompanying golden-striped wind snake naturally disappeared along with it. Although it was only a 3-meter-long snake, the aura radiating from its body was comparable to a monster king. In other words, the strength of the spirit snake was equivalent to a human in the Emperor realm. Also, the golden-striped wind snake was highly poisonous and moved as swiftly as the wind. If an ordinary Emperor realm master were to encounter the spirit snake, they would have no choice but to admit that they were very unlucky indeed. The spirit snake in Xianxia's hand struggled and its monster chi surged violently. The long body curled up, coiling around his arm and constricting tightly as if trying to break it. Xianxia, however, just smiled lightly and slightly pushed his dragon pressure. The golden-striped wind snake, which was struggling desperately, immediately stopped moving. At the same time, the body wrapped around his arm went limp and a sliver of fear appeared in those vertically slitted pupils. All snakes in the world carried the bloodline of the dragon clan. It was just that the bloodline in them was extremely thin. How could a trivial golden-striped wind snake carry on under Xianxia's pureblood dragon power? Don't panic. I won't take your life, Xianxia said to the snake. He did not know if it could understand him, but he had the feeling it could not. Although this golden-striped wind snake was rather powerful, it had yet to gain sentience and was only acting based on instinct. While speaking, Xianxia placed it into the medicine garden of the small sealed world. Afterwards, he picked the golden cicada fruit in front of him before also transferring the whole vine into the medicine garden. The golden cicada fruit vine and the golden striped wind snake had a symbiotic relationship. The growth of the golden striped wind snake was inseparable from the sap of the golden cicada fruit vine. In turn, the aura released by the golden striped wind snake had the effect of promoting the growth of the golden cicada fruit. Therefore, both of them had to be moved into the medicine garden together if Xianxia wanted to transplant the plant. The plant would not survive if he only took one of them. That was probably the biggest reason why the golden cicada fruit and the golden striped wind snake went extinct in the star boundary. Even though the main purpose of entering the profound heavens temple was to participate in the grand Tao battle, Xianxia did not mind enriching the number of spirit herbs in his medicine garden as long as it didn't cost him much time or effort. Everything in the source-sealed world was extraordinary after all, not something he could come across under normal circumstances, so it would be a pity to miss out on them. Besides, these items could quickly help to improve the strength and abilities of himself and his companions once he left the profound heavens temple. Xianxia quickly finished his task. Then, after considering something for a moment, he stretched out his hand and gave a small wave. A figure wrapped in demon chi suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a demon. Furthermore, the aura emanating from this person's body indicated that he was only a mid-rank demon king. This member of the demon race was one of Xianxia's prisoners. When Xianxia had caused a ruckus at the demon stronghold outside Blue Wave City with Jiufeng and Yang Yan previously, he had slaughtered many of the demons but also captured some alive. At the time, Jiufeng and Yang Yan did not know why he took the trouble to capture some demon kings, and he did not explain anything either. Be that as it may, now was the time to use these captives. This demon king had been trapped in the small sealed world for many days and had yet to figure out the situation after being released from his restraints all of a sudden. Even so, his expression changed the moment he saw Xianxia standing in front of him and threw a punch while simultaneously retreating quickly. Meanwhile, Xianxia easily blocked the opponent's attack. After that, he simply stared at the other party without any intention of giving chase. The demon king, who was fleeing swiftly, could not help feeling his heart clench in fear at the sight. But before he could understand what Xianxia was trying to do, his eyes widened abruptly. The aura in his body fluctuated violently and became extremely unstable before a roar rang out. The demon king could not even hold out for more than 3 breaths before exploding into pieces and leaving no corpse behind. Xianxia frowned, waved his hand again, and released a second demon king. Like the first demon king, the second demon king exploded into a cloud of blood mist several breaths later. The same went for the third. Xianxia finally stopped after the third demon king died in front of him. It would now seem that the source-sealed world known as the Profound Heavens Temple really had a special restriction. Anybody who had yet to reach the level of a pseudo-great emperor or half-saint in terms of strength would die miserably the moment they stepped into this place. It was completely without mercy. The only reason why Xianxia was safe and sound was likely because he received the legacy of Bright Moon Great Emperor and had the recognition of the world's will as a result. In addition, this mechanism was most likely only aimed at outsiders. All 3 demon kings he released had died cleanly, but the golden striped wind snake, whose strength was only on par with a monster king, was alive and well. Part of the reason was that one was an intruder while the other was a native resident. Upon reaching a conclusion, Xianxia could not be bothered to experiment any further. Still, it's been so long. Why haven't they arrived yet? Xianxia frowned slightly, an uneasy feeling growing in his heart. Li Wuyi had made prior arrangements on his side for when Xianxia entered the Profound Heavens Temple. That was because Xianxia was very likely to become the main focus of the demon race's attacks since he carried the world's will in his body. Even if his strength was now comparable to a half-saint, there was no way he could defend against the joint attack of many demon race masters. He had no choice but to join forces with others to turn the situation around. Unfortunately, there were very few candidates he could choose from to join forces with him, as he could not trust most people. Li Wuyi had initially arranged for Yang Yan and Xianxia to work together. However, Bing Yun approached Li Wuyi after the candidates to enter the Profound Heavens Temple were confirmed and eventually became one of Xianxia's allies after some discussion. In other words, the only ones Xianxia could truly trust in the Profound Heavens Temple were Yang Yan and Bing Yun. According to the previous agreement, They would use their space beacons to teleport to Yang Kai's side as soon as possible after entering this place. They would then hide in his small sealed world and act according to the situation. Unfortunately, the reality was that Yang Yen or Bing Yun were nowhere to be seen. Deciding to test things out, Yang Kai pushed his space principles as he connected with the space beacons on his belt. After a moment, he sighed lightly. As expected, the worst-case scenario had occurred. The space beacons could not function within the profound heavens temple. He could clearly sense that there was a force suppressing the space beacon teleportation and preventing him from going to either Yang Yen or Bing Yun's side. The current situation was not looking good. Even so, it was not as if he had not considered the possibility of this situation before. There would surely be all sorts of incredible restraints in a source-sealed word like the profound heavens temple. Besides, the existence of space beacons would be too unfair for the Grand Dao battle. It could even be that the world itself had vaguely sensed something and rendered the space beacons useless within the source-sealed world as a result. If the space beacons cannot be used, then what about instantaneous movement? With a flash of his thoughts, Yang Kai stepped forward. His figure blurred swiftly and he vanished from the spot by the time his foot landed on the ground. Then, his figure reappeared out of nowhere in another part of the jungle. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Yang Kai looked rather pensive. His instantaneous movement had not been restricted, which was good news for him. It meant that he could still escape even if he encountered multiple demon half-saints joining forces against him. Nevertheless, it would be best if he could reunite with Bing Yun and Yang Yen in addition to finding the illusionary heavens furnace as quickly as possible. He originally thought that he would definitely take the lead in the Grand Dao battle due to the world's will that he carried in his body, but now who could say? He might have been able to sense something when he entered the profound heavens temple. But contrary to his expectations, the intangible world's will had not given him any substantial help whatsoever. He could not sense anything out of the ordinary either. Yang Kai did not know how large the profound heavens temple was nor where the illusionary heavens furnace was located. Thus, he could only adapt to the circumstances and bear with them for the time being. Concealing his aura as best as possible, he began making his way through the jungle. The harvest he made along the way was astronomical. This jungle was extremely rich in materials, filled with many precious treasures that had long since gone extinct in the star boundary, many of which he couldn't even identify, let alone know their specific function. Most likely, the only one who could recognize those herbs was Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. However, Yang Kai had his sealed world bead and medicine garden, so whatever he came across, he would place it directly inside and leave the two little wood spirits to slowly figure things out. After traveling hastily for an hour, Yang Kai had crossed thousands of kilometers through the jungle when, all of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks abruptly and turned his head to look in a certain direction with a smile creeping onto his face. I finally met somebody. There were faint sounds of fighting coming from that direction. He had no idea what the specific situation was. Nevertheless, having encountered others by accident, he had to go and check it out in case it happened to be Yang Yen or Bing Yun. Yang Kai silently crept over. By the time he arrived at the place, he found that there was nobody around. The towering ancient trees in the surroundings were leaning precariously to the sides and the ground was a mess. There were also more than a dozen monster beast corpses that looked similar to wild wolves scattered across the ground. These monster beasts no longer contained any aura and their blood stained the ground. Although these monster beasts were dead, Yang Kai could tell at a glance that each of the dozen or so wolves was equivalent to a monster king. Moreover, the leader of the pack that was covered in silver fur was much larger than its companions. It was most likely a peak monster king. A group of monster beasts like this was not weak in terms of power. It had taken Yang Kai no more than 10 breaths to rush to this place after hearing the commotion. For a person to kill so many powerful monster beasts in such a short period of time indicated just how powerful they were. Furthermore, the aftermath of the battle lingered in the air along with a faint trace of demon chi. Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked in a certain direction. Are you going to come out by yourself? Or, do I have to invite you first? The surroundings remained silent. There was no answer. Yang Kai did not ask a second time and instead reached out, clenched his fist, and summoned the Azure Dragon spear out. Without missing a beat, the spear pierced the ground in an electrifying thrust. There was a loud explosion. A A huge hole was blasted into the ground by a great force. Amidst the flying dust, a figure sprang from the ground and quickly escaped into the distance. It was just that, no matter how fast that person was, how could he be faster than Xianxia? The azure dragon spear turned into a spread of spear shadows that covered the skies, sending a series of clanging sounds ringing out as shockwaves ran rampant. Afterwards, two whooshing sounds echoed as two figures clashed and separated. Xianxia stood in the void, holding the spear in one hand and a smile on his face, a gentle breeze blowing causing his hair to dance in the wind. Not far away stood a half-saint whose demon chi was surging violently. He looked livid as he glared and ground his teeth. Xianxia! It is this king! Xianxia snorted, fresh blood leaking from the corner of his mouth while he spoke. Although it was brief, he had suffered some minor losses in the exchange just now. The opponent was a half-saint, not some weak pushover. The other party's all-out retaliation had caused Xianxia to suffer a shock that made his internal organs churn unsteadily. He consequently sustained light injuries. While his combat power might be comparable to a half-saint's, Xianxia's true cultivation was not there yet. Fighting a half-saint without falling into a disadvantageous position was already a huge achievement in and of itself. One of the reasons he managed to kill the stone demon half-saint previously was that he had taken his enemy completely by surprise. Xianxia had relied on the sharpness of the azure dragon spear and the peculiarity of his martial truth to win that battle. In addition, he also had Lin Yuner, Lan Sun, and Mo Shaoqi helping him from the side. These three young women might only be Emperor Realm Masters, but they were personally taught by great emperors and had powerful artifacts in their possession. It was only natural that they could not be taken lightly. While speaking, Xianxia glanced at the waist area of the half-saint opposite him. There was a forearm-length gash at that spot and fresh blood was gushing out of the wound. Even though there was demon chi surrounding the wound, it made no difference. No matter how small the injury, being wounded by martial truth would cause the injury to worsen until it became fatal. This half-saint had clearly realized that the moment he recognized Xianxia and his already livid expression became uglier than ever. He reached out a hand to cover his wound but could not stop the blood from flowing no matter what he did. If I remember correctly, you're called Luoya, right? Xianxia tilted his head to the side and stared at Luoya. During his time in the demon realm, he had traveled across many continents to repair and maintain the territory gates. Most of those continents were governed by half-saints, so he had actually met a fair number of them. For that reason, he knew most of the half-saints in the demon realm. The person in front of him was one of those half-saints he once met. Luoya was a sand demon. He had been hiding underground just now, so it would seem that he knew the noise of the battle might alert others and draw them to this place to investigate. Hence, he immediately concealed himself after killing those monster beasts, just in case. It was just that he never expected Xianxia to arrive so quickly, much less pinpoint his location with such ease. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have killed you back then, Luoya snapped bitterly. The first time he met Xianxia on his continent, Xianxia had not held such terrifying combat power yet. If he had made a move at the time, he could have succeeded in taking Xianxia's life. Moreover, that chance of success was extremely high. Unfortunately, Xianxia had now grown to an extraordinary extent. It would take a demon saint taking action personally to kill him now. Any half-saint trying to kill him on their own would only find the attempt to be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Xianxia reached out to wipe the blood at the corners of his mouth and used the spear to point at Luoya. You have two choices: surrender or die. Luoya seemed even more furious upon hearing those words, and a dangerous look flashed across his pale yellow eyes. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Sorry. Wrong answer. Xianxia grinned. As soon as the smile spread across his face, he had already arrived in front of Luoya. The azure dragon spear quickly enlarged in front of Luoya's eyes. The weapon rushing at him didn't seem like some spear, it was more like a dragon lunging at him with fangs and claws bared. The petrifying dragon pressure actually made a half-saint like him a little breathless. Forcefully suppressing the anxiety in his heart, Luoya gave a furious roar and his demon chi surged. When the azure dragon spear landed in the middle of Luoya's chest, Xianxia frowned. It did not feel as though his attack had landed on a solid entity. Following that attack, Luoya exploded violently and transformed into a huge sandstorm that encased Xianxia inside. The wind howled while sand and gravel danced in the air. The tiny grains of gravel seemed to have turned into countless indestructible blades. In just a moment, Xianxia was covered in wounds. Fresh blood dripped from all over his body, and the surrounding trees collapsed around them. "How dare you offend the majesty of a half-saint? This king will kill you here today." Luoya's voice came in all directions, making it difficult to figure out where he was hiding. Next, a high-pitched dragon roar rang out. The dragon head of a golden dragon appeared and disappeared in a flash. With the activation of the dragon transformation secret art, Xianxia transformed into his more than 1,000-meter-long half-dragon form. The gravel swirling around him pounded against his dragon scales, causing sharp rattling sounds to ring out incessantly. Those sounds were accompanied by a shower of sparks that flashed continuously. Meanwhile, the 1,000-meter-long giant spear swept out horizontally. The sandstorm that covered a large area was cut in half, however, it instantly returned to its original condition a moment later. "I am invincible within this sandstorm. What can you do to me?" Luoya's voice echoed again. It was erratic and hard to pinpoint. While speaking, a trickle of sand separated from the sandstorm and formed a vigorous sand dragon that came lunging at Xianxia with its fangs. Xianxia's brow furrowed slightly as his spear thrust out, a huge black ball leisurely appearing at its tip. The black ball was filled with nothingness and chaos. Rupture. The combined power displayed by using the Azure Dragon Spear to activate Rupture was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The entire world seemed to collapse towards the black ball before disappearing in a flash. The sand dragon lunging at Xianxia was completely swallowed up in the process, and the blast even hollowed out a huge hole in the middle of the sandstorm. At the same time, a giant sand figure with Luoya's appearance suddenly emerged behind Xianxia. The figure opened its two big hands and violently smashed them towards Xianxia's head in a clapping motion. Xianxia could sense the attack, but it was too late to dodge. There was a loud explosive noise. Then he was struck so hard that his body staggered unsteadily and he became dizzy. Before Xianxia could regain his footing, Luoya, who was composed of sand and gravel, threw another punch. This time around, the punch landed squarely in the middle of Xianxia's back. There was another loud explosive noise and Xianxia's staggering figure plunged forward as though he was struck by lightning. At the same time, a spray of blood mist spurted out of his mouth. Despite his rather severe injuries, however, the corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. His golden dragon eyes stared at a certain part of the sandstorm and he grinned madly. "Found you!" If Luoya had not made a move, it would have been extremely difficult to pinpoint his exact location. However, the vague fluctuations he made the moment he attacked were enough for Xianxia to lock onto his whereabouts. Therefore, Xianxia ignored the huge sand demon behind him and thrust his spear to the side with both his demon chi and dragon strength. A cry of shock rang out as Luoya's figure was revealed in the endless swirl of gravel and sand. His expression was horrified as he desperately moved about within the sandstorm, trying to avoid this terrifying blow. Unfortunately, the spear followed him closely like maggots on rotting bones. With a deafening explosion, the huge sand demon fell apart. All the sand and gravel from the sandstorm gathered behind Luoya to form a thick and solid sand shield in the blink of an eye. In the meantime, the spear had already arrived. Its ferocious force rampaged, causing the sand shield to explode into pieces. Luoya screamed in pain and borrowed the power of the thrust to quickly escape into the distance. Retracting his arm, Xianxia stared at the smear of fresh blood on the tip of the spear and smiled coldly. Afterwards, he strode forward and chased after Luoya. Both of them were in the same league in terms of strength. While Luoya should be stronger than Xianxia, the martial truth attached to Azure Dragon Spear made him cautious about acting lest he be wounded in the process. He had already been slashed by Xianxia's spear at the outset and suffered a small injury as a result. What's more, Xianxia had used a method that left both parties sustaining great losses during their subsequent exchange of blows to ensure that Luoya would suffer greatly regardless of the injury he himself received. How could Luoya dare to continue fighting after that? Xianxia might be rather injured, but he could recover completely with some recuperation. On the other hand, Luoya's injuries were not as easy to deal with, and there was no demon saint around to help him neutralize the martial truth eating away at him here. It would be difficult even to suppress the wound just by relying on his strength alone. Just within these few breaths, Luoya could already feel the strange energy in his initial wound causing trouble within his body. Moreover, the force seemed to penetrate even deeper into his bones and meridians with the use of his demon chi. If he continued in this battle, he would ultimately face a tragic ending even if Xianxia would not get away unscathed either. Damn this power! Luoya's face was ashen. There was no way he would have been so afraid of Xianxia if not for this martial truth. Furthermore, trying to escape from a person who was proficient in the Tao of space was nothing but a fool's dream. All he could hope for right now was to encounter other demon half-saints, join forces with them, and repel Xianxia together. As for trying to kill Xianxia, the chances were too slim. It was better to not even consider the possibility. Be that as it may, what made Luoya despair was that he did not know how vast the profound Heaven's Temple was. The commotion caused during his fight with Xianxia could not have been small. But even so, the noise had not attracted another half-saint towards them. Not even a pseudo-great emperor from the star boundary had appeared. While fighting and retreating at the same time, Luoya felt his heart sinking. The longer he dragged things out in his current condition, the worse it would be for him. Thus, the struggle between fear and desperation couldn't help flashing before his eyes. All of a sudden, that struggle vanished and was replaced by a resolute look. His escaping figure stopped abruptly, turned around, and stared at Xianxia coldly. "Go on, run. Why aren't you running?" Xianxia turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lifting his head slightly, he looked down at Luoya condescendingly. Luoya quickly said, "The Grand Tao battle has only just begun. Must you insist on being so aggressive? Why don't we just stop here? We can continue later. There will always be a time for a battle in the future. Are you begging for mercy?" Xianxia tapped his spear on his shoulders with a contemptuous look in his eyes. "Xianxia, hear this well. It's not that this king doesn't have the power to fight you, it's just that I am not willing to fight with you when it will only end in a lose-lose situation," Luoya replied in annoyance. "That would depend on whether you have the qualification." Xianxia slammed the azure dragon spear to the ground, his expression suddenly becoming serious. While forming hand seals rapidly, an ethereal principle strength began swirling around his body. The whole world seemed to stagnate, as if the flow of time had stopped at this moment. "Time flies seal." Luoya frowned deeply. The information the demon race had collected on Xianxia was extremely detailed, so it was only natural for him to know what kind of divine abilities Xianxia was capable of using. Therefore, he instantly knew what kind of attack was coming as soon as he saw the motions Xianxia was making. Among the information collected on Xianxia, there were many things that could make a half-saint apprehensive. However, there were three in particular that stood out the most. The first was the strange martial truth he wielded. It was something that even gave the demon saints great headache. What more a half-saint? The second was his space principles. He had been able to repair and maintain the territory gates when he first entered the demon realm, and in comparison, his strength had grown immeasurably since then. Accordingly, his accomplishments in the Tao of space had become increasingly powerful. The third was the time flies seal. Since it involved time principles, it was even more bizarre and difficult to predict than space principles. Up until now, the people from the demon realm remained a little puzzled. How could a single person cultivate two different principal strengths to such an extent? Moreover, be it the Tao of space or the Tao of time, both were extremely profound and esoteric. It was simply incredible for both of these powers to appear together in one person. Hence, the thought of escaping instantly bloomed in Luoya's mind the moment he noticed the aura of the time principles. The resolve to stand and fight just a moment ago shattered completely. Unfortunately, Xianxia had already struck a palm in his direction before he could do anything. Time principles spread out, causing Luoya's thoughts to stagnate for a moment. It only lasted for a moment and he hurriedly snapped back to his senses. But even so, what entered his vision at that moment was an unstoppable spear crashing down on him. At the juncture of life or death, Luoya desperately lifted a hand to summon a bunch of demon artifacts. Each demon artifact blazed with various colors in front of him, forming a solid layer of protection. A series of cracking sounds rang out as the demon artifacts that were powerful enough to make any demon king break their head open in order to obtain instantly exploded into dust. Luo Ya's complexion swiftly turned pale as a huge force came rushing at him from the front. A feeling of pain spread out from his chest as though he had been hit head-on by an enormous mountain. His entire being was sent flying backwards into the air, and his demon blood scattered across the sky. Meanwhile, Xianxia returned to his human form and quickly pursued. The battle resumed within the jungle. Despite being severely injured, Luo Ya still had the strength to fight back. Besides, it was only natural that he would not sit still and wait for death to come to him when Xianxia was being so aggressive. A quarter-hour later, Luo Ya lay on the ground somewhere in the jungle like a pile of hashed meat. The azure dragon spear had pierced through his body and pinned him to the ground. On the other hand, Xianxia was breathing heavily. Walking over from a distance, he came to stand in front of Luo Ya and looked down on the latter condescendingly with a look of indifference in his eyes. That icy cold expression made Luo Ya panic. It had been many years since he last felt this helpless. In fact, such despair had not visited him ever since he became a half-saint. His heart was filled with grief, anger, and unwillingness. Unfortunately, things had already come to this point, so what was the point of feeling resentment? The only thing that made him furious was that he had not tried his best to fight Xianxia from the beginning. If he had not been so timid at the outset, he might not have lost so badly in this battle. TSK. 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 Xianxia stared at Luo Ya as though looking at a dying dog. He thought back to the past when the pressure of a half-saint or pseudo-great emperor had weighed down on him like a mountain. It had been so heavy that he couldn't even breathe. Back then, he had wished that he had such powerful strength himself. And now, more than one half-saint had died at his hands. The vitality of the demon race is really enviable. Following their big battle, Luo Ya's body had been smashed in half. If any pseudo-great emperor of the human race had been as severely injured as Luo Ya, they would definitely be powerless to survive, and struggling would only serve to delay their death. However, it was different for the demon race. Even if Luo Ya's body had been reduced to a pile of meat, he would not die as long as his demon heart survived. Naturally, his strength would be greatly reduced even if he managed to revive with his demon heart. In addition, the erosion of the martial truth was like maggots on rotting bones, so there was no way to get rid of it. Fortunately, Xianxia had similar resiliency. Since the power of his dragon source had been greatly awakened and even his half-dragon form had grown immensely, the dragon clan's originally powerful healing abilities had also gotten stronger. Mercy, Luo Ya moaned. While speaking, a lot of fresh blood spurted out of his mouth. I gave you a chance previously. It's too bad that you didn't cherish it. Xianxia stretched out his hand, grabbed hold of the azure dragon spear, and twisted it lightly. A look of pain appeared on Luo Ya's face, but he was extremely stubborn and refused to let out a scream. Let me go and I will tell you everything you want to know. What do you think I want to know? Xianxia looked at Luo Ya coldly. Everything about this source-sealed world. Didn't you ask me to surrender so that you can ask about this? Luo Ya gasped, blood dripping from his mouth, making him look extremely miserable. I'm sure you know less about the profound Heaven's Temple than we do. Xianxia snorted. That's only thanks to the traitor on your side. If the great emperors had still been here, the people from the star boundary who entered the profound Heaven's Temple would not have been this bewildered by the source-sealed world. On the other hand, the demon race had Can Yi on their side. Although Can Yi was currently healing from his previous injuries, it was still possible for him to pass some information to the others. Therefore, it was safe to presume that the half-saints had more information on the source-sealed world that belonged to the star boundary than the people of the star boundary themselves. As long as you swear on your Dao heart and let me go, I will tell you everything I know. The desire to survive flashed in Luo Ya's eyes. Even if he was a half-saint, it was only natural to struggle to survive in the face of death. Xianxia said coldly, why should I swear an oath? Can't I just take what I want to know directly? As soon as those words left his mouth, his left eye suddenly turned golden and a majestic slip appeared in it. An endless majesty filled the air, captivating people's souls. Then, a terrifying wave of divine sense pressed down on Luo Ya like a tsunami. It was only for a moment before that divine sense came into contact with a layer of protection which was obviously his sole defense. No! Luoya screamed in shock. In that brief instant, he had felt an intense pain running through his mind as though his head was being pierced by thousands of needles. His expression became horrified after sensing Yang Kai's soul cultivation. Although Yang Kai was no more than a high-rank demon king, the divine sense that Yang Kai unleashed was much stronger than his own. It was simply abnormal. Even so, this was not the time to consider this. Upon realizing that Yang Kai wanted to break through his knowledge sea's defenses to directly search his soul for his secrets, Luoya quickly bolstered his resistance. It was just that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was only thanks to Yang Kai not giving him the final blow that he could still struggle with his dying breath. What's more, his soul cultivation was not as strong as Yang Kai's to begin with, so how could he do anything to stop Yang Kai? He barely held on for 10 breaths before a cracking sound rang out in his head. His soul defense had been penetrated. The pain was so intense that he became unable to even think for himself. All he could feel was the wave of divine sense that was rampaging about his knowledge sea without any scruples, tearing it apart. Nothing could be hidden from this intruder in his mind. All the secrets hidden in his knowledge sea were revealed at this moment. However, Luoya suddenly showed a strange and relieved smile at that time and muttered, "You're dead." At the same time, Yang Kai, who was focused on investigating the many secrets in Luoya's knowledge sea, let out an exclamation and his expression changed drastically. A soul wisp? He could clearly sense an aura that did not belong to Luoya hiding within the latter's knowledge sea. Although that aura was very weak, it was also extremely pure. More importantly, it gave off an exceedingly ominous feeling. It all happened in an instant. Luoya's spiritual energy poured into that wisp, causing it to surge violently and transform into an illusory figure. That figure was slender and tall with fiery red hair and scarlet eyes. He stood within Luoya's knowledge sea, looking at Yang Kai's outpouring divine sense with a smile that simply radiated with pure hostility. Xueli! Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. He instantly understood what was going on, but he never expected that Xueli and the other demon saints would go to such lengths just to protect the secrets of the profound heavens temple that were hidden within the minds of the half-saints. I can't believe he planted a soul wisp into Luoya's knowledge sea. If Luoya has this, then all the other half-saints probably do too. Luoya's pleading previously might have been sincere. Nobody was willing to die if they had a chance at survival after all. On the flip side, it could also have been deliberate just to make Yang Kai relax his vigilance. Whatever the case, he would have survived this ordeal if Yang Kai had agreed to the oath. Even though he had been injured by the martial truth, they were standing in the profound heavens temple that contained countless precious treasures. Who could say whether Luoya would come across some method to neutralize the martial truth? If Yang Kai refused to comply with his request, then this was the inevitable outcome. In this case, Yang Kai, who had tried to harm him, would certainly suffer as a result. As of this moment, Yang Kai was out of luck. There was no time to think as he swiftly withdrew his divine sense. By then, Luoya's spiritual energy had merged with Xueli's soul wisp completely. All the secrets in Luoya's mind had vanished out of sight, so it was impossible to investigate any further. Furthermore, the rapid growth of Xueli's soul wisp was making Yang Kai feel very threatened. The divine senses of two illusory phantoms, one chasing and the other running, were silently clashing with each other inside Luoya's knowledge sea. It didn't take long for Yang Kai's divine sense to escape out of Luoya's knowledge sea. But unfortunately for him, Xueli's soul wisp pursued, following him back in the direction Yang Kai had fled, all the way to the latter's knowledge sea. The sky was full of stars inside the pitch-black knowledge sea. There was the star field source of Hung Luo star field, as well as a 7-color brilliance shining in the middle of the black flames of Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Xueli turned his head and looked around, staring at the 7-colored treasure island. His scarlet eyes seemed to be able to break through the illusion and observe its essence, causing him to murmur with a greedy expression, "Soul-warming lotus? Do you want it?" Yang Kai's soul avatar stood to the side, squinting at Xueli. "It's one of the world's supreme treasures. Who wouldn't want it?" Xueli licked his lips, his gaze full of envy and desire. "It will become mine once I kill you." "Really? I'm not as easy to kill as you seem to think. Besides, this is my territory." Yang Kai grinned at Xueli, raising both hands into the air. causing the pitch-black knowledge sea to churn. A quarter-hour later, Yang Kai, who had been standing frozen in the middle of the jungle, gave a shudder all of a sudden. His complexion was as pale as a sheet and 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nostrils. His eyes that had been closed opened abruptly and a flash of fear flitted across them for a moment. The soul battle just now had seemed silent to the outside world, but it had been far more dangerous than the fight between Yang Kai and Luoya. It had been a soul wisp of a demon saint after all. Moreover, the battlefield had been within Yang Kai's own knowledge sea. The slightest carelessness would have led to his death. Even so, it was fortunate that the battle had occurred within his knowledge sea, giving him a decisive advantage. Combined with Xue Li's underestimation of his soul cultivation and the soul-warming lotus assistance on his side, Yang Kai finally managed to kill that soul wisp after paying a heavy price. His physical body and his soul had been severely damaged, yet the Grand Dao battle had only just begun, frustrating Yang Kai greatly. The injuries to his body were sustained during his fight with Luoya, as he had used a method of fighting where both sides suffered losses to end things quickly. It would not have been difficult for him to win, even without the martial truth constantly eroding away at Luoya's strength. But killing Luoya would have been a fool's dream. That was something that could not be helped. A half-saint was not easy to kill after all. The half-saints who died at Yang Kai's hands so far started with Xianxia, who was already badly wounded in the first place. She had been in the process of healing at the time when he snuck into her territory and took the initiative to create havoc for her. Even so, it had taken him more than a month to recover from that incident. Strictly speaking, the second had not died at Yang Kai's hands directly. It was truer to say that the Wind Lord had been killed by Yang Xiao and Yang Xue. The third was the Stone Demon Half-Saint whom Yang Kai killed in Star Soul Palace previously. That was only possible thanks to the power of the Azure Dragon Spear and help from Lan Xun and the others. Therefore, Luoya could be considered Yang Kai's first time killing a half-saint at the peak of their power on his own. Moreover, the Sand Demon half-saint was slightly stronger than Windlord. Seeing as he was only a high-ranked demon king, how could Yang Kai not pay a price for this victory? As for the injuries to his soul, that was not something that could be helped either. Even though Xue Li's soul wisp had underestimated his soul cultivation, and he held the geographical advantage, a demon saint's soul wisp completely inherited the main body's experience and knowledge. It was difficult to say who would have won this battle in the end if not for the soul-warming lotus nourishing Yang Kai's damaged soul at all times. Considering that Luoya, whom Yang Kai had encountered at random, had a seal placed in his knowledge sea by a demon saint, it was conceivable that the other half-saints chosen to enter this place were under similar conditions. I have to get this information as soon as possible. Although everybody would become enemies to one another at the end of the Grand Dao battle, it would be best if the pseudo-great emperors of the star boundary could work together until they managed to get rid of the forces of the demon race. It would be detrimental to the overall situation of the star boundary if they fell for the demon race's trickery. Moreover, if Yang Kai could think of retrieving information from Luoya's soul, then the other pseudo-great emperors might get the same idea too. This method was the fastest way to obtain information on the profound Heaven's Temple after all. After a brief consideration, Yang Kai took a deep breath and murmured to himself, "There is a demon saint's soul wisp in their knowledge seas." How devious! A breeze blew past, causing the leaves to rustle in the wind. The air was filled with the stench of blood. Yang Kai held the Azure Dragon Spear and stood in place with his eyes lowered. He did not know how long passed before he suddenly lifted his gaze and stared in a certain direction, frowning slightly. As expected, "It's one of us?" While fighting Luoya previously, he had noticed an aura hidden in the shadows. It was just that he had been at a critical point of the battle, so he could not afford the distraction to investigate the issue at the time. He didn't even know whether the hidden person had been a human or demon. Be that as it may, the hidden person had remained motionless even when he nailed Luoya firmly to the ground. Hence, the possibility of that individual being a demon race half-saint became minuscule. If it truly had been a demon race half-saint hiding nearby, they would not have watched the fight from the sidelines. They would have jumped out to join forces with Luoya instead. Yang Kai had suffered injuries from killing Luoya and battling Xue Li's soul wisp in his knowledge sea. Thus, he no longer had the strength to distinguish who it was hiding nearby. He couldn't even be sure whether that person who had been secretly following him in the shadows was still there. It wasn't until this moment when the feeling of being watched from the shadows vanished abruptly that he could confirm the actual situation. That person had always been there and only just left moments ago. It was obvious that the words he deliberately uttered under his breath had been heard by the other party. Regardless of whether that person would pass the information on to other pseudo-great emperors nearby, at the very least, that person now knew. That was also part of his intention. But truly was the Grand Dao battle. There were enemies everywhere and nobody could be trusted. The situation was not looking too optimistic for the human race. There were already 10 fewer masters from the star boundary compared to the number of half-saints from the demon realm. Even so, this person simply watched passively from the sidelines as Xianxia fought a desperate battle against a half-saint, which clearly indicated that he had the mindset of taking advantage of the situation. Xianxia laughed bitterly to himself. It was most likely related to the world's will that he possessed. It might be that everybody firmly believed that the world's will he possessed was highly beneficial for the final part of the Grand Dao battle. If Luoya had managed to kill Xianxia just now, the person hiding in the shadows would definitely have taken action to kill Luoya and snatch the world's will for themselves. Seeing as how the world's will had been transferred from Bright Moon Great Emperor to Xianxia, it made sense that if Xianxia died, then the world's will would be transferred to the person who took his life. But when it came down to it, only Xianxia himself knew that the invisible and intangible world's will had not played any role whatsoever so far. Regardless of the circumstances, the injuries he received during this battle were rather severe even though the benefits he reaped were great. As long as he could digest the various gains and losses from this battle, it would serve as a great boon for him. I need to hurry up and find a place to treat my wounds. After considering all this, Xianxia hurriedly turned to look in the direction of Luoya's corpse. A half-saint's assets accumulated over the course of their life were a huge fortune. There was no reason to abandon the loot after paying such a high price to kill the other party. But contrary to his expectations, what Xianxia found gave him a start. Luoya, who had once been a burly man, had turned into a mummified corpse at some point. Moreover, he shriveled up and withered as though he had been exposed to the elements for thousands of years. In addition, all the essence in his body had vanished without a trace. Xianxia couldn't help feeling disturbed by the sight. Having noticed somebody spying on him from the shadows, he had deliberately set aside a part of his mind to remain vigilant of his surroundings, even while fighting Xue Li's soul wisp in his knowledge sea. He did not want to give that person the opportunity to attack him. However, he completely failed to notice when Luoya's corpse ended up in this condition. This situation was somewhat similar to how it would look if the embodiment had used the heaven-devouring battle law to devour a person's essence. What happened? Xianxia simply could not make sense of the situation. The person watching from the shadows just now might have seen everything from the beginning to the end, but he didn't even know who it was, so how could he ask them about this incident? There was still a space ring on Luoya's corpse, however, so Xianxia used his spear to pick it up and put it away. Afterwards, his figure flickered and he headed in another direction. Half a day later, Xianxia sat down cross-legged in the medicine garden inside the small sealed world. Dense world energy gathered around his body, causing his form to throb in response. His hideous wounds were squirming endlessly, growing new flesh continuously so that scabs and dried skin molted and fell off in layers. Two small wood spirits floated around him with solemn expressions, one in front and one behind him. They were forming seals with both hands in a serious manner, their two small pairs of hands glowing with an emerald light that enveloped Xianxia. That emerald light was brimming with energy and vitality, accelerating the healing speed of his wounds. Although his injuries from this battle were fairly severe, his foundation had not been damaged, so he could simply rely on his own powerful regenerative abilities combined with the wood spirit's healing to treat his wounds. It would not take long for him to recover. On the other hand, there was no need to bother about the injuries to his soul, as the soul-warming lotus would deal with that on its own. It was just that the Grand Dao battle in the profound heavens temple could not be delayed. For every day that he spent in the small sealed world, the pseudo-great emperors on the outside would lose a bit of combat power. Oh! A piece of chaos existed somewhere in the depths of the profound heavens temple. It was shrouded in endless darkness as if the world itself had yet to open. Inside that chaos, a square and boxy giant furnace spun slowly. The surface of the giant furnace was engraved with countless complicated patterns. At first glance, the patterns seemed incomprehensible. Even the great emperors and the demon saints would not be able to distinguish the specific lines of these patterns if they were here. Be that as it may, one would be able to make out the scenery of everything in the world from these patterns if they were to stare at them continuously for a while. The crisscrossed patterns seemed to depict the origins and essence of everything in the world, which was very profound and mysterious indeed. In addition, the giant furnace was emitting a kind of mysterious aura that could drive anybody insane from within its depths. When the demon realm half-saint Luoya was killed by Yang Kai, his body had shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spiritual and vital essence in his body also disappeared without a trace, causing him to become a dry corpse in a blink of an eye. At the same time, a hazy aura suddenly appeared in the giant furnace. That aura was so pure and clean that any living creature could absorb it into their bodies to enhance their strength. The moment this mass of pure aura appeared, the darkness that enveloped the deepest part of the profound heaven's temple seemed to become slightly thinner. Meanwhile, the giant furnace continued spinning, as it had been since time immemorial and would continue to until the end of the world. The profound heaven's temple was the source-sealed world of the star boundary, a wondrous space that had existed since the beginning of the world. It was where the fate of trillions of creatures born into this world converged. The world seemed to have accumulated everything that was good and pure in this place. Every part of the sealed world contained beautiful and unforgettable scenery, as well as world energy which was so dense it could be felt and touched. Even the world principles were clear and distinguishable here, making it easier for a person to perceive the Tao. It was just that every time this source-sealed world was opened, it was accompanied by endless battle and slaughter. Hence, none of the participating masters had the heart to enjoy this rare, beautiful scenery that could not be found in the outside world. Oh! Somewhere in the dense forest, Sheng Yuzhu's body moved agilely as she jumped about above the tree canopy like a fluttering butterfly. All of a sudden, her beautiful figure paused in her tracks and her clear voice sounded in the air. "Come out. What's the point of hiding? Is it fun?" A layer of ripples spread out in the air, and a figure wrapped in darkness suddenly appeared not far in front of her. Another skeleton-like figure followed closely with two orbs of ghost fire dancing about his eye sockets. One stood in front of her and the other stood behind her, blocking her path and preventing her from proceeding forward or retreating backwards. A shadow demon and a bone demon. Sheng Yuzhu glanced at the two demons with her beautiful eyes and immediately recognized their identities. Although she had constantly been in retreat to recover the strength she lost and did not participate in the Two Worlds Great War, it did not prevent her from sending the Luoxia sect disciples out to gather information on the demon race. The demon race proclaimed to have 100 different clans, but only a few of those really stood out among them. Moreover, each clan had their own distinct characteristics, making them extremely recognizable. "This is going to be a little troublesome," she frowned slightly. Despite being caught in a pincer by two demon race half-saints, Sheng Yuzhu unexpectedly did not show signs of panic. A strange cackling laugh rang out at that moment as the bone demon's teeth chattered open and close, making a sound similar to metal striking metal. "You sure have terrible luck. I can't believe you bumped into us here. Can you please die for us?" Although his tone was polite, his voice was as cold as ice. She smiled in response. "Are you that confident?" The bone demon snorted. "It's 2 against 1. How can I not be confident? Stop wasting your breath on nonsense and just get on with it." The Shadow Demon clan had always been one of few words, just as they were stingy about revealing their figures to others. After the Shadow Demon finished speaking, he turned into a stream of black light and lunged toward Sheng Yuzhu. Likewise, Sheng Yuzhu moved at the very same moment the Shadow Demon made his move, her delicate body showing unimaginable swiftness as she rushed at the Shadow Demon coming at her and simultaneously reached out to grab at something in the void with both hands. Twin saber-like artifacts were summoned into her grip, an ancient aura fluctuating around the curved blades that gleamed with a cold light. The Shadow Demon exclaimed in surprise. It would seem that he did not expect a human woman to be so daring. Not only did she not try to escape despite facing a 2-on-1 battle, she even took the initiative to attack. Nevertheless, this was exactly what he desired. The other party was all alone, so this woman would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in this battle. A dagger appeared silently as the shadow demon's figure flashed several times, a cold light gleaming from his blade as he slashed at Xiang Yuzhu's waist and abdomen. There was no feeling of his attacks landing, however, and contrary to his expectations, her figure dissipated immediately after being hit. His expression froze in surprise for a moment before he quickly looked toward the bone demon and shouted, "Watch out!" As soon as those words rang out, Xiang Yuzhu suddenly appeared behind the bone demon. The twin sabers in her hands drew a beautiful arc as her cold voice sounded, "You should treat your seniors with more respect." Although the demon race half-saints had lived many years, Xiang Yuzhu had undoubtedly lived much longer than them. Thus, she had the right to call herself Senior Xiang. "Kacha!" A crisp sound rang out from the bone demon's neck as his head fell. The two orbs of ghost fire danced violently in his eye sockets as he muttered what he didn't even manage to see how she had attacked him before his head was chopped off cleanly. Fortunately, he was a bone demon. If it had been a demon from any other clan, they would most likely have suffered a heavy blow from that attack. Roaring loudly, the bone demon's skull-less body lifted a hand to catch his fallen head, while the other hand slammed upward abruptly. 5 bony fingers shot out, expanding in the wind to transform into 5 armored bone demons wielding demon artifacts of different shapes and sizes. The demon chi coming from each bone demon was astounding and far beyond the level of a high-ranked demon king. Although it was not on the level of a half-saint, the combined force of these 5 demons was not to be underestimated either. Hard to kill indeed. Xiang Yuzhu swept her gaze around, allowing the 5 bone demons to surround her, as she locked her beautiful eyes onto the bone demon half-saint again. The bone demon half-saint placed his head back on his neck and turned it with a slight crack. Once he confirmed that there were no hidden problems with his head, he shouted angrily, "You'll pay for that!" Her attack had not caused him any damage, but it had frightened him quite a bit. He had been sure that it was going to be easy to take down the other party in a 2-on-1 battle, but who could have expected that this woman would be so difficult to deal with? Hence, he suddenly became furious out of shame. The 5 bone demons gathered around Xiang Yuzhu immediately took action. 5 powerful demon artifacts flashed with light and came down on Xiang Yuzhu all at once, resulting in a loud explosion as her figure was smashed apart. At the same time, a chill shrouded the bone demon half-saint's body. A sword light slashed straight across his eyes seemingly from nowhere. Even though he had long since lost his physical body, he could still feel a chill run up his spine at that moment. Even his hands and feet felt cold. The biggest weakness of bone demons was the soul fire in their eye sockets. While this race did not have a demon heart, their soul fire was their root. If their soul fire was extinguished, they would immediately turn into a pile of broken bones. On the flip side, they were practically immortal so long as their soul fire remained safe. Dang! A crisp sound rang out as a black shadow appeared out of nowhere. Sparks erupted in all directions as the shadow demon stopped Xiang Yuzhu's attack and snarled coldly, "Concentrate!" "I know!" The bone demon gritted his teeth, hatred overflowing from the soul fire in his eye sockets. "I'm going to skin her alive. Only if you have the ability." Xiang Yuzhu's voice remained calm as the twin sabers in her hands turned into a storm of slashes that enveloped both the shadow demon and the bone demon. Oh! Somewhere in a swamp, 3 figures were locked in pursuit. The one fleeing at the forefront was a demon race half-saint that was emitting a stench of decay similar to a corpse that was resurrected after being buried in the ground for countless years. It was a half-saint from the corpse demon clan. He was being chased by 2 pseudo-great emperors of the human race. One of them was somebody Xianxia had some friendly relations with, army commander of the 53rd Army, Xianxia. Xianxia was pretty lucky. Not long after entering the source-sealed world, he managed to meet up with a companion. Both of them were army commanders from the star boundary, so they were quite friendly with each other. After some deliberation, they decided to cooperate on their journey to find the legendary illusionary heaven's furnace. Xianxia had not concealed the information he received from Xiang Yuzhu, therefore, All the pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary knew to search for the illusionary heaven's furnace that would act as the key for them to become a great emperor when they entered the profound heaven's temple. It was just that even Yang Kai and Shang Yuzhu were clueless about the illusionary heaven's furnace, so how could the others know anymore? Nevertheless, their harvest has been great so far. There were many precious treasures to be found in this swamp that had long medicinal ages. The two of them had made quite a fortune. But everything would be in vain if they entered the profound heaven's temple only to fail to become a great emperor. When the pair suddenly came across a demon race aura during their search, they immediately gave chase, which then resulted in the current situation. On the other hand, the corpse demon didn't even stop to consider anything when faced with the prospect of confronting two pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary alone. He instantly turned around to escape. Hence, this cat-and-mouse chase had gone on for an entire day. Although the pair tried to attack the corpse demon on several occasions during that period, the latter had dexterously dodged and avoided all of those attacks. It will be bad if we drag this out any longer. Don't hold back, Fu Renjie suddenly shouted. He was extremely annoyed that they had failed to tie down the other party after chasing him for so long. Unfortunately, this was something that could not be helped. If the other party was determined to escape, it would not be easy for them to stop him. Seeing as it wouldn't do anybody good to continue with this pursuit any longer, Fu Renjie was preparing to use some sort of powerful divine ability. The middle-aged man beside Fu Renjie nodded and said, "I'll stop him." Along with a series of crackling sounds, a smattering of lightning suddenly appeared around the man's body. It immediately turned his entire figure into a bolt of lightning as he dashed forward in the direction of the fleeing demon. The corpse demon seemed to sense the danger coming from behind him and turned around to spew out a dense mass of corpse chi. The lightning bolt penetrated the corpse chi, however, causing a muffled groan to escape from both sides. The figure of the middle-aged man appeared a couple thousand meters behind the corpse demon with an abnormal flush on his face. It was obvious that the move he used just now put a heavy burden on him, otherwise he would have intercepted the enemy earlier and not have waited until this moment. Nevertheless, his effort paid off as there was a scorched burn mark on the shoulder of the corpse demon, as though he had been struck by lightning. The world energy in the world seethed violently and gathered around Fu Renjie's body at that moment. His expression was solemn as she swiftly formed a set of hand seals and pushed his principal strength madly. Thanks to the profound heavens temple being a source-sealed world, the world energy was very rich in this place. As a result, both the humans and the demons experienced a great increase in the power of their divine abilities upon entering. Following Fu Renjie's actions, a fireball appeared in front of him. The fireball was only the size of a fist, but it was as dazzling as the sun itself. Not to mention, it was exuding a horrifyingly searing heat that made all the muddy water in the swamp evaporate rapidly. It was conceivable that even the corpse demon half-saint would be in deep trouble if he was hit by this fireball. However, despite being in an obviously terrible situation with one enemy in front of him and the other behind him, he simply laughed evilly to himself. The middle-aged man standing behind the corpse demon half-saint frowned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. "What are you laughing at?" The corpse demon's laughter gradually grew wilder, causing their eardrums to hurt. "Foolish humans! Did you think I was trying to escape? You're wrong. I was simply buying time to refine them." Refine them? The middle-aged man frowned, wondering what the corpse demon meant. On the other hand, the corpse demon took a deep breath with a look of joy on his face. The source-sealed world of the star boundary, the profound heavens temple, really is a good place. You only see the various precious treasures lying around you. But, for this king, there are other treasures buried here, not good. Hurry up and attack. When the middle-aged man saw the corpse demon's deranged expression, he knew that they could not delay things any further, even though he did not know what the other party was about to do. While urging Fu Renjie to speed up his preparations, his figure transformed into a flash of lightning again that struck the corpse demon like a punishment from the heavens. "Come out, my servants!" Intricate patterns flashed across the corpse demon's palms, illuminating dazzling patterns. Then he pushed his palms downwards sharply. There was a deafening rush of noises, and from the depths of the swamp emerged numerous silhouettes. Hundreds of figures appeared in the blink of an eye. Among those many figures, some headed towards the incoming lightning strike, while others headed towards Fu Renjie, who was in the process of channeling some powerful secret technique. Hong hong hong! A series of explosions rang out, and amidst the thunder and lightning, the figure of the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor was revealed again, his complexion ashen. Meanwhile, Fu Renjie released his ultimate move. It was just that his attack was blocked by the incoming figures before it could approach the corpse demon. The flames erupted in all directions, causing more than half of those figures to be blasted into pieces. The power of the divine ability that took Fu Renjie so much time and energy to prepare was truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain since the attack missed the corpse demon. On the contrary, it was Fu Renjie who performed this secret technique, whose breathing became a little uneven instead. Corpse refinement. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and shouted, his expression turning slightly grim. Leaving aside the corpse demon clan's individual strength, their innate divine ability allowed them to refine corpses for their own use. Therefore, the silhouettes that suddenly emerged from the swamp were clearly the corpse demon's corpse puppet army. However, what made Fu Renjie and the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor fearful was that there were an abundance of half-saints and pseudo-great emperors among these corpse puppets. There were not many half-saints, of course, just 2 who were obviously corpses that the corpse demon had collected back in the demon realm. On the other hand, there were as many as 4 pseudo-great emperors among the corpse puppets. Moreover, the clothes of the 4 corpse puppets clearly indicated a very ancient style of dressing. These 4 did not seem to belong to the same era as themselves. Recalling what the corpse demon said just now, Fu Renjie's expression changed. Damn. These must be the corpses of our seniors who were buried in this place. The middle-aged man also came back to his senses, his expression instantly turning solemn. Nobody could have expected that the corpse demon would be able to locate so many pseudo-great emperor corpses and refine them in such a short period of time after entering the profound heavens temple. Be that as it may, it was not surprising either. The profound heavens temple had existed since the beginning of the world, and the Grand Dao battle took place many times over that period. There were countless pseudo-great emperors who died here. Not to mention that corpse demons were especially sensitive to powerful corpses. It was only natural that he would have a way of locating these remains. Besides, the physical body of a pseudo-great emperor was inherently powerful and would remain intact under the right circumstances even if they died countless years ago. Even if a corpse was refined into a corpse puppet, it was impossible to draw out the full strength they used to wield before they died. It would be miraculous if they could even draw out 80% of their original strength. However, the number of the corpse demon's corpse puppet army was daunting. Just the corpse puppets of the pseudo-great emperors and half-saints alone numbered 6. The others were high-ranked demon kings. Furthermore, there was also a corpse demon half-saint watching the situation from the side. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. It was originally a 2-against-1 battle, and even if the corpse demon had a corpse puppet army under him before, the 2 of them still stood a fighting chance to win. However, the balance of power had been overturned now that the corpse demon had refined 4 pseudo-great emperor corpse puppets. You've had a lot of fun chasing this king all day long. After the corpse demon called out his corpse puppet army, he calmly gazed at Fu Renjie and the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor, his expression overflowing with the sadistic pleasure of getting his revenge, his tone especially harsh. Did you ever think you would end up in this state when you were chasing this king? While speaking, he thrust out his hands in the direction of Fu Renjie and the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor. As if receiving some sort of signal, the surrounding corpse puppet army tightened the circle around those 2, forcing them into the middle of a siege. Fu Renjie and the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor exchanged a glance with each other, and their divine senses flickered for a moment. Then, they both turned and rushed towards one of the pseudo-great emperor corpse puppets. At this point, they could only hope to break out of this encirclement before making further plans. The reason they chose one of the pseudo-great emperor corpse puppets was mainly because of how long they had been refined. The corpse demon had discovered the corpses of the pseudo-great emperors in the profound heavens temple, so he only had a day to refine their corpses. Even if the corpse demon could forcefully control these corpses, he should not be able to bring out much of their strength. In that tense moment, the 2 figures broke through the barrier of more than 10 high-ranked demon king corpse puppets and arrived in front of one of the pseudo-great emperor corpse puppets in an instant. Under the control of the corpse demon, the pseudo-great emperor corpse puppet threw a punch at Fu Renjie, but all 3 of them, Fu Renjie, the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor, and the corpse demon half-saint, couldn't help frowning when that punch was thrown, as the power of that punch seemed to be. In the next instant, the two figures flashed past and the body of the pseudo-great Emperor corpse puppet exploded into dust. The corpse demon half-saint's eyes widened with an incredulous look, unable to believe what he was seeing. Wah! That was a pseudo-great Emperor corpse puppet after all. Even if the refining process had been rushed, it should not have been this vulnerable. He felt as though he had found a great treasure when he discovered these corpses. Unfortunately, he had been discovered by Fu Renjie and the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor before he could study them carefully. Afterwards, he had refined these corpses while on the run from his pursuers. Thus, even he was unaware of the state these pseudo-great emperor corpses were in. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that what he regarded as treasures were actually just paper tigers. Similarly, Fu Renjie and the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor seemed to catch on to this point and did not leave after breaking through the siege. Instead, they glanced at each other and turned back. Spreading out, they each headed towards a pseudo-great emperor corpse puppet. Two explosions rang out and the two pseudo-great emperor corpse puppets targeted by Fu Renjie and the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor exploded into dust. These corpses were completely vulnerable. Although their bodies emitted the aura of a pseudo-great emperor during the refining process, it was only true for their outer appearance. They looked strong on the outside but were empty on the inside, like hollow shells. The amusing thing was that the corpse demon half-saint had used these four pseudo-great emperor corpse puppets as his trump card. Looking at the face of the corpse demon half-saint, the two of them knew that he was just as surprised as they were. Fu Renjie grinned lightly and looked at the corpse demon. "You're dead now." They originally thought that the opponent had managed to turn the situation around on them, so they had no choice but to flee for their lives. Who could have known that such an unexpected accident would occur? Without those four pseudo-great emperor corpse puppets, how could Fu Renjie and the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor fear this corpse demon? Perhaps it has been too long and the bodies of these four pseudo-great emperors have long since decayed. Fu Renjie thought to himself. Likewise, the corpse demon had noticed that something was wrong. His thoughts flashed for a moment and the remaining corpse puppet army rushed towards Fu Renjie and the middle-aged pseudo-great emperor. Meanwhile, he turned and fled instead. He could hear various noises coming from behind him while at the same time. His heart bled as he felt his soul imprints disappearing one after another. That corpse puppet army was something he had accumulated over the course of his entire life after all. It would seem that all of them would be buried here today. What's more, losing his corpse puppet army would mean that his strength would be greatly reduced as a result. There was only one question circling deep in his heart. What is wrong with those four pseudo-great emperor corpses that I found? Even with the erosion of countless years, there is no reason for them to be so fragile. When he urgently investigated the last of the pseudo-great emperor corpse puppet, he found that the corpse itself was completely rotten. He had made a huge mistake. At this point, he could no longer worry about the fate of his corpse puppet army. All he could do right now was find one of his companions as soon as possible and join forces with them in order to stand a fighting chance against those two. An agonized scream rang out across the rolling grasslands. A stone demon half-saint half-knelt on the ground as his powerful life force slowly bled out of him. He was covered in countless wounds and fresh blood was flowing freely from those injuries. The surrounding area around him was a mess, evidently caused by the fallout of a great battle. Although the stone demon half-saint was severely injured, he would not die so quickly. He would even recover completely given the chance to treat his wounds. It was a pity that this was the profound Heaven's Temple where the Grand Dao battle took place. There were enemies and dangers on all sides, so who would give him the time to recuperate? Beside him stood three figures in a triangle formation. Their divine senses were firmly locked on him, so that a barrage of attacks would immediately rain down on him if he so much as moved a finger. Naturally, those three were pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary. If they had not joined forces together, they would not have been able to back a half-saint into a corner so quickly. "Tell us the secrets of the profound Heaven's Temple and we'll give you a swift death," one of the pseudo-great emperors said coldly. Just like how Xianxia had tried to inquire about the profound Heaven's Temple from the Sand Demon half-saint, many other pseudo-great emperors had the same idea. Everybody knew that the demon realm had Qin Yi on their side. As a former Star Boundary Great Emperor who had once entered the profound Heaven's Temple and participated in the Grand Dao battle, Qin Yi was sure to know exactly what secrets there were in the profound Heaven's Temple. Furthermore, what he knew would surely be passed on to the half-saints that entered this place. Heh. The stone demon half-saint looked miserable, but even so, he laughed when he heard those words and a rebellious look appeared on his face. Sweeping his gaze over the three people surrounding him, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I will only tell one person. Who should it be? The first pseudo-great emperor coldly snorted at those words. Don't try to sow discord among us. Answer us truthfully and quickly. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The stone demon looked at him frostily. What if I refuse to tell you? What can you do to me? Stubborn bastard. The first pseudo-great emperor coldly snorted before turning to look at an elderly man next to her. She continued, Old Chen, your soul cultivation is the strongest among the three of us. We will have to count on you for this. The elderly man called Old Chen nodded in response, of course. Please rest assured, this old master swears on his martial heart that he will share whatever he learns with the two of you if I learn anything at all. There will be no hidden secrets. Many thanks, Old Chen. The first pseudo-great emperor and another man thanked him in unison. Please stand guard for me. While this fellow is an arrow at the end of its flight, he is still a half-saint. We must not underestimate him. Old Chen stepped forward and walked towards the stone demon. Of course. The other two responded and stepped forward together. The stone demon panicked slightly. Gritted his teeth as he roared. You want to search my soul? In your dreams. While saying that, a dangerous aura began to fluctuate all over his body. You wish. The first pseudo-great emperor shouted tenderly, and with a shift of her body, she arrived at the stone demon's side and placed a slender jade finger to the stone demon's forehead. At the same time, the other man gave a soft whistle, one that sounded like some kind of bird song, but it was extremely pervasive and hypnotic. The jade finger tapped against the stone demon's forehead and his aura suddenly reduced considerably. In addition, the struggling look on his face weakened significantly after listening to that soft whistling sound. His dangerous aura calmed down a lot as a result. Old Chen nodded lightly and walked over to the stone demon half-saint before whispering, Look into my eyes. That voice seemed to contain some sort of peculiar power, and the stone demon was already being suppressed by the two pseudo-great emperors. Thus, he involuntarily looked into Old Chen's eyes upon hearing those words. Looking into that gaze gave him the feeling that the elderly man's eyes were spinning and rotating in a strange manner that engulfed his entire mind. His expression instantly went blank. If the stone demon had been at the peak of his power, Old Chen would not have been able to do anything to the other party even with his soul secret technique. It was just that the other party had been beaten half to death by their combined power. Moreover, his spiritual energy was being suppressed at the moment. How could he resist Old Chen's technique? The two pseudo-great emperors standing next to them couldn't help breathing quickly in excitement at the sight. What secrets were hidden in the profound heavens temple? Where exactly was the illusionary heavens furnace located? How exactly do they become a great emperor? These were all the things that they were eager to know. It was a pity that nobody in the star boundary could give them the answers. But the stone demon in front of them was the best person to obtain this information from. It had only been a few days since the profound heavens temple opened. Therefore, the three of them would be ahead of many other people if they could get first-hand information from this stone demon. Whether or not they shared this information with other pseudo-great emperors later would depend on the situation at hand. As for whether or not Old Chen would hide any secrets from them, there was no need to worry. Seeing as he had sworn an oath on his martial heart, he would have to pay a steep price in order to deceive them. If he caused a crack to appear in his martial heart, there was a high possibility that he would lose his chance to become a great emperor in this lifetime. It could be said that if the three of them could obtain this first-hand information, then they would surely be able to take the lead in the upcoming Grand Dao battle. They would also have a better chance of becoming the great emperor. The moment that thought crossed their minds, both the middle-aged woman and the other man couldn't help but stare at the stone demon with fiery eyes. It was as though the person in front of them was not part of the hated demon race but a plate of mouth-watering delicacies. At that moment, Old Chen was investigating the secrets within the stone demon's knowledge sea when his expression suddenly changed drastically. His aura burst out violently without any warning, catching the middle-aged woman and other man off guard, sending them flying from the impact as a result. What happened? That man was furious, thinking that old Chen had found some incredible information and attacked them because he was unwilling to share it with them. If that was really the case, then it only went to show that old Chen was very short-sighted indeed. However, he realized at a glance that the situation was not what he had initially thought. Old Chen's condition. Something seems to be wrong with old Chen. The middle-aged woman had also noticed the abnormality of the situation and stared straight ahead while speaking. At this moment, 2 streams of blood were flowing out from old Chen's eyes. Not only that, but his face was also flushed red. A turbulent wave of spiritual essence erupted like a tide from his head, as though he was suffering from a dissonance in his cultivation. Shweli! Old Chen gritted his teeth and roared, staggering backwards. He was unable to control himself and fell to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, and his aura quickly weakened. What? The middle-aged woman's beautiful face turned pale and instinctively checked her surroundings. The meaning behind the name Shweli was something all the pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary knew. It was referring to one of the demon saints, an existence that was equivalent to a great emperor. It was just, could a demon saint enter the profound heavens temple? A soul seal. The other man was quick thinking and immediately caught on to what was going on, calling out in alarm. There was a soul seal in the stone demon's knowledge sea. We were tricked. Realization dawned on the middle-aged woman at those words. Only then did she realize that Shweli had not entered the profound heavens temple. Rather, he had left a seal in the stone demon's knowledge sea that caused old Chen to suffer. Save me. Blood was flowing out of old Chen's 7 orifices as he cried out for help. Even the 2 pseudo-great emperors next to him could clearly perceive that he was fighting against some sort of power inside his own body, and that power undoubtedly originated from the demon saint Shweli. The middle-aged woman and the man looked at each other and saw the conflicting emotions in each other's eyes. The reputation of the demon saints was too intimidating, thus they did not have the courage nor the confidence to fight one. It would not be worthwhile if they not only failed to save old Chen but also fell into trouble themselves. Even so, it was unbearable to just watch old Chen suffering without doing anything. What's more, Shweli only planted a soul seal in the knowledge sea of the stone demon, so the power he could exert should be limited. There was only a brief hesitation before the 2 of them moved in unison and came to old Chen's side. They each pressed a finger on old Chen's forehead, one on the left and one on the right. Their divine senses surged as they couldn't afford to care about anything else at the moment. When their soul avatars rushed into old Chen's knowledge sea, their expressions changed drastically. About half an hour later, both the middle-aged woman and man suddenly opened their eyes and gasped for breath. Their complexions were pale and looking at each other. They saw the horror in each other's eyes. We were careless. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth. Who could have known that Shweli would leave a soul wisp in a half-saint's knowledge sea? Even if the other party was a demon saint, doing something like this would still be a huge burden for him. Just a mere soul wisp had given the 3 pseudo-great emperors such a difficult time. The strength that the other party could exert might not be stronger than any one of them individually, but Shweli's mastery of his strength was far above anything those 3 could even hope to compete with. Not to mention, the battlefield was located within old Chen's knowledge sea, so the movements of both the middle-aged woman and the man were somewhat restricted. On the other hand, Shweli's soul wisp had no such scruples. While they eventually managed to destroy Shweli's soul wisp in this difficult battle, the price they had to pay was not small. The man glanced at old Chen with a sad look on his face. Old Chen, likewise, the middle-aged woman had a gloomy look on her face as she sighed heavily. His life is in no danger, but let's find a place to hide for now, the man suggested. That's our best option right now. A short while later, the middle-aged woman stuck her head into a cave, and once she confirmed that there was nothing dangerous inside, she drew upon her divine sense and sent a message. The man soon entered this place with an unconscious old Chen on his back, placed old Chen down in a clean place, and went back outside the cave to make preparations. Old Chen was in a coma for 3 whole days, and when he finally did awaken, as a pseudo-great emperor, he knew exactly what kind of situation he was in, even though he had been unconscious the entire time. The gazes of his 2 companions immediately turned to look at him the moment he opened his eyes, and the middle-aged woman asked with concern, How are you feeling, old Chun? Old Chun coughed slightly, forced himself to sit up, and laughed bitterly. We tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice instead. The other man said, who could have imagined that Shueli would set up something like that? Old Chin, you? Old Chin raised his hand to stop the other man. I know my own situation best. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in this grand Dao battle anymore. His demeanor might seem rather light and carefree, but both the middle-aged woman and the other man could see the deep despair and unwillingness in his eyes. Who would be willing to accept something like this? The Grand Dao Battle was a monumental event that only occurred once every few tens of thousands of years. It was an opportunity many pseudo-great emperors never experienced even after waiting for their whole lives. It was not easy for the opportunity to reach the peak of the martial Dao to come by, but Old Chen ended up in this state so quickly after the Grand Dao Battle began. He might have received help from his two companions and retained his life as a result, but his soul had been gravely injured in the process. This kind of wound was something that completely cut off his future path toward the martial Dao. Moreover, he would never recover from the trauma to his soul for the rest of his life. Falling from the pseudo-great emperor realm was only a matter of time. It could even be said that the Grand Dao battle no longer had anything to do with him. It was only thanks to many millennia of mental tempering and cultivation that he did not go insane. If anybody else went through something like that, there was a good chance they would have immediately gone crazy and committed suicide. This is simply my fate. However, I did find a piece of information, so my sacrifice was not in vain. He gave a self-deprecating laugh, then he looked at his two companions with a solemn expression. This information must be passed on no matter what. Inform our other companions and let them be vigilant. Don't let them follow in my footsteps. Don't worry. We will definitely let the others know if we meet them. The middle-aged woman nodded solemnly. The other man sighed, it's such a pity. If only the space beacons could be used. They immediately discovered the drawbacks of being unable to use the space beacons when they arrived in this place, which ultimately resulted in the inability to transmit vital information to one another. The two of you have accompanied this old man for so many days. Don't delay here any longer. Please go quickly. My sacrifice will be in vain if you miss this opportunity. I can only trouble the two of you to bring me along with you. The middle-aged woman replied, Old Chin, if you can trust me, I will do everything possible to ensure your safety. Old Chin smiled, how can I not believe you? The middle-aged woman nodded, took out a world bead, and stretched out a hand towards him, please. Old Chin relaxed his mind and was instantly transported into the world bead. Inside the cave, the middle-aged woman and her only remaining companion exchanged a glance with each other before she spoke, let's go. We need to meet up with the others as soon as possible. The man had no objection. Inside the world bead, Old Chen's expression was gloomy as 2 tracks of tears made their way down his cheeks. It had only been less than 10 days since the profound Heaven's Temple opened, but great battles had already broken out everywhere. A fight would basically occur whenever the pseudo-great emperors and half-saints encountered each other. The pseudo-great emperors of the star boundary were more restrained in their movements as there were more half-saints after all. Furthermore, they were completely clueless about the situation in the profound Heaven's Temple. They were disadvantaged due to the lack of information, so they did not want to cause too much trouble before they figured out what was going on. However, if they had an absolute advantage in numbers, such as in the case of Old Chen's group, they didn't mind killing off a few half-saints. Compared to the pseudo-great emperors, the half-saints were much more radical and acted ruthlessly as long as they had the slightest advantage. In just a short span of 10 days, as many as 6 pseudo-great emperors and half-saints died in the profound Heaven's Temple, an extremely terrifying number. The war between the two worlds had gone on for so many years and involved hundreds of millions of cultivators. But even so, less than 20 pseudo-great emperors and half-saints combined had died. The brutality and bloodshed of the Grand Dao battle were evident. With the passage of time, the pseudo-great emperors and half-saints continued to encounter companions from their respective camps and joined forces. No matter how big the profound Heaven's Temple was, there were limits to its size, so it was inevitable for them to occasionally run into each other when they were all in the same sealed world. Nevertheless, whether they were a pseudo-great emperor or a half-saint, they would instantly be turned into mummified corpses if they died in the profound heavens temple, as though they were being sucked dry by some kind of invisible force. With the deaths of those masters, the chaotic aura around the giant furnace located in the deepest part of the profound heavens temple became more and more apparent. Accordingly, the darkness surrounding it also became much lighter. Inside the small sealed world, Xianxia gently exhaled and the emerald light surrounding his body gradually disappeared. All the injuries he sustained during his battle with the sand demon half-saint were finally healed. That was not all. He had learned a great deal about his own shortcomings after digesting his experiences from his last battle. After all, that was the first half-saint in peak condition whom he fought and killed all on his own. All sorts of details from the battle had been constantly replaying in Xianxia's mind over the past few days, and he was confident that if he was given another chance now, he would be able to win against that half-saint with far less effort. Though it would likely need to sustain quite severe injuries again. Unfortunately, there would always be a price to pay if he wanted to kill his opponent. Strength. I need greater strength. I am only a high-rank demon king right now. If I can become a half-saint. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. There were countless opportunities in the profound heavens temple, so who could say whether he might be able to become a half-saint in this place? Inside the jungle, an approximately 10-meter-tall giant wolf darted from tree to tree. That giant wolf was covered in silver fur that was spotless, soft, and smooth. Moreover, it had a strong and noble figure. The aura it exuded was impressive, equivalent to a peak monster king. Its pale blue eyes flickered with a cold light, and it would look around its surroundings from time to time with an almost humanized expression. At a certain moment, the silver giant wolf abruptly stopped in its tracks, cocked its ears, and listened to something carefully. Then, it turned around and ran off in another direction. Over 1,000 kilometers away from where the giant silver wolf was located, a violent energy was running rampant inside a deep mountain valley. There were several figures colliding and clashing with each other in a great battle. The impact of these powerful forces stirred up everything in the mountain valley, causing a hazy and dusty atmosphere to fill the air. It should have been a place with extremely beautiful scenery, but it was now a completely dilapidated mess. Sword chi flashed, followed by an icy burst of sword intent. The entire mountain valley was shrouded in ice and the ground was covered with frost. Amidst the clashing sounds, a slender figure was pushed back several dozen meters. Bingyun immediately stabilized her stance, her fair face flushing with a faint tinge of red. Suppressing the churning vitality in her body, she furrowed her brow together deeply as she stared hard at the two enemies overflowing with demon chi in front of her. One was tall and the other was short. Understanding her situation, she sighed softly. This is going to be very troublesome. She had encountered these two half-saints by chance in the profound heavens temple. Unfortunately, she was alone while there were two enemies. Hence, there was nothing much to say about her situation. A battle immediately broke out between them, and although Bingyun was determined to escape, the opposing two half-saints naturally would never give her the chance to flee. They chased her all this way into this mountain valley and eventually blocked off all her escape routes. Forced into a corner, Bingyun turned to confront them instead. While she was also a pseudo-great emperor, she only became one some 10 years ago. How could she compare to the two veteran half-saints who had centuries of accumulation behind them, much less when the two of them were working together? The way forward was rather rocky, seeing as she could neither escape nor win against them. Even so, Bingyun's expression remained cold and indifferent. She had been cultivating for so many years now that she had long since become indifferent to the prospect of death. Along the way, she enjoyed all the beautiful sceneries of life and was also more than fortunate to participate in this event that only occurred once in tens of thousands of years. Even if she lost her life in the profound heavens temple, she would not have any regrets. The only thing she could not forget was Xianxia. She had already made plans to protect him before she entered the profound heavens temple. She was supposed to support him together with Yang Yen so that he could seize that one and only opportunity to become a great emperor and rescue the star boundary from its current crisis. Unfortunately, more than 10 days had passed since she entered this place, and while she came across many good things during this time, she could not find any trace of Yang Kai. But, forget it. I can't even take care of myself right now. There's no time to worry about others. Bing Yun took a small breath and raised her long sword as ice principles churned around her. On the opposite side, the two demon race half-saints stared at Bing Yun coldly. The taller one had scarlet eyes, and even his hair seemed to be dyed with fresh blood. It was obvious that he belonged to the Blood Demon clan. Meanwhile, the shorter one was full of muscles and explosive power. He was clearly from the Strength Demon clan. The two demons had joined forces to suppress Bing Yun, which made this quite a simple matter. As long as nothing unexpected occurred, this battle was destined to end with her death. What the two of them had to do was finish this battle at the smallest price possible. The Blood Demon stared at the flawless woman dressed in white in front of him, stuck out his tongue, and licked his lips. There is a smell of ice. Her blood will definitely be delicious. Don't kill her later. I want to drink every single drop of her blood. The Strength Demon coldly snorted. Kill first, talk later. The woman in front of him was certainly a stunning beauty. It was just that, having reached this level of cultivation and strength, what kind of woman had he not seen before? Needless to say, he was not going to let his guard down just because of a beautiful woman. No matter how beautiful the woman opposite him was, she was still a pseudo-great emperor. She might be able to drag one of them down with her in a desperate counterattack. Fine, fine. How boring. The Blood Demon did not dig his heels in on this matter. While speaking, he inadvertently glanced at a rocky outcropping not far away and smiled contemptuously. Likewise, the Strength Demon also glanced in that direction, snorted coldly, and stopped paying attention to whatever was in that direction. In the next moment, the Blood Demon transformed into a streak of bloody light and rushed towards Bing Yun, followed closely by the Strength Demon. Although the Strength Demon's speed was slower, the ground shattered under his feet as he moved and his punch blasted out before he even arrived. Moreover, his fist was shrouded in an aura that seemed capable of shattering worlds. Bing Yun's expression remained unchanged as she drew a large circle in front of her with her long sword. Ice principles filled the air along with a chill cold enough to penetrate the heart. The large circle was followed by a smaller circle, and then another even smaller circle. Circle after circle, the concentric rings intertwined, seemingly derived from each other with a sense of infinity. The Blood Demon plunged straight into the endless sword circles, and his bare figure was revealed in an instant. When the sword intent swept across him, his clothes were cut to pieces and countless small wounds appeared on his skin. However, the fresh blood that flowed from the wound seemed almost like a sentient creature, transforming into numerous blood snakes that penetrated the barrier formed by the sword circles and attacked Bing Yun directly. Bing Yun frowned in response, and while continuing to draw circles with her sword, she fluttered backwards in retreat. Meanwhile, the Strength Demon emerged out of nowhere, falling from the sky and smashing his fists downward. There was a loud explosion, and the interlocking sword circles lost their shape, opening a flaw in Bing Yun's defenses. At that moment, the Blood Demon took the opportunity to slip through and let out a maniacal laugh. Surrender without a fight if you know what's good for you. You'll suffer less that way. He was still fervently hoping to capture her alive in order to refine her blood little by little at a later date, but in the next moment he frowned. A hostile look appeared on his face, and he looked to the side and snapped, "An ant that doesn't know its place." Just as he was about to make his move, a 10-meter-tall and unbelievably robust silver giant wolf suddenly leapt out of the rocky outcropping with its fangs bared. Its huge figure moved about with unimaginable agility as it opened its mouth wide to bite off the Blood Demon's head. The Blood Demon was so furious that he laughed instead. This silver giant wolf might look quite extraordinary, but it was still just a monster beast comparable to a monster king in strength. He did not know if it had lost its mind or something for it to gain the courage to attack him. In any case, he had already noticed the wolf when it first appeared in this place. The gap in their strength was massive after all. Besides, he was certain that he was not the only one who noticed it. His companion and the human woman had most certainly noticed this wolf too. It was just that a monster king had no right to intervene in a battle between a pseudo-great emperor and half-saints, so the three of them had ignored it completely. At least, until this moment when the silver giant wolf suddenly attacked. This situation was no different from a child rushing into an adult's battle. Thus, the blood demon was amazed by how ignorant and fearless this wolf was. He raised his hand and pointed, and while no force seemed to appear from his finger, the silver giant wolf lunging at him suddenly whimpered. All the blood in its body began to boil, and its originally robust body began to swell up in a very short time. It didn't take long before it exploded into a blood mist with a loud bang. Blood demons were masters when it came to blood manipulation. As long as blood existed, it would serve as the foundation for them to perform their secret techniques. Although the giant silver wolf was equivalent to a monster king and was quite powerful, how could it withstand the force behind a blood demon half-saint's attack? Seeming to have expected this result, the blood demon ignored the giant silver wolf after pointing his finger at it and turned his attention back to Bing Yun. Contrary to his expectations, however, he suddenly saw a new figure out of the corner of his eyes. The figure appeared out of nowhere from the middle of the blood mist that used to be the silver wolf just now. The blood demon turned pale in shock, but before he could even see what was going on, he turned into a bloody light and quickly retreated. At that moment, a cold light was released and a spear shadow thrust out. The whole world seemed to become frozen for a moment. Bing Yun's sword intent had been disrupted, so her aura was slightly disordered as a result. Glancing at the figure who popped up in front of her without any warning, surprise flashed across her eyes. Then, she immediately broke into a smile. So, that's how it is. No wonder the monster beast on the level of a monster king acted so foolishly and even dared to intervene in a battle that was beyond its level. She originally thought that the reason behind the silver giant wolf's behavior was that it had yet to gain sentience. Now it would seem that it had nothing to do with its intelligence at all. It was obvious that it was being controlled by somebody else. After all, a monster beast would act according to instinct even before it gained sentience, and no monster beast would be so stupid as to throw itself to its death. When Bing Yun broke out into a smile, the blood demon who retreated previously widened his eyes abruptly instead, his scarlet pupils trembling violently as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Xianxia!" The figure that had appeared without any warning from the middle of the blood mist was none other than the target that the demon saints had specifically ordered to kill. At this moment, the person who was regarded as a thorn in the side by all the demon race half-saints was standing with his back to the blood demon. Xianxia was holding a spear with both hands. In addition, there was a short and sturdy figure pierced through on the tip of his spear. That figure was the strength demon from before. The azure dragon spear had been thrust through the strength demon's chest and out through his back, piercing a hole right through him. An injury of this level was not something that could be taken lightly even for a half-saint. Hanging from the tip of the azure dragon spear, the strength demon stared at Xianxia, who was standing less than a meter away from him. His eyes widened with a look of disbelief mixed with a trace of bloodthirsty hatred. This had started off as a 2-on-1 battle where the demons held the upper hand. Who could have expected Xianxia to pop up out of nowhere? The perfect situation turned around in an instant because of his appearance. Xianxia tilted his head and glanced at the strength demon with a sinister smile curling the corners of his mouth. Surprised? Happy to see me? The strength demon grunted, gripping the azure dragon spear with both hands as he squirmed and exerted force into his hands, as if trying to pull it out. Well? Say something. Xianxia flicked his wrist and a dragon roar immediately sounded from the azure dragon spear. A wave of supreme dragon pressure along with Xianxia's martial truth flooded into the strength demon's body through his open wound like a raging tide. The strength demon opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood, his expression suddenly becoming livid. Fresh blood sprayed down and drenched Xianxia's face, but he did not flinch. The crimson liquid only made his smile seem even more wicked than before, as if a malevolent devil lord was standing here. The aura coming from Xianxia made Bing Yun, who was standing behind him, frown slightly, and she couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. Die! The strength demon suddenly opened his mouth and roared. He stopped trying to pull himself from the spear and instead used it to propel himself closer and smashed his fist down on Xianxia. His desperate blow was fueled by all the strength he could muster, and space shattered in response. Unperturbed, Xianxia held the spear in one hand, clenched his other hand into a fist, and punched. When the two fists clashed against each other, a huge shockwave spread out into the surroundings from where they stood. There was a series of cracking noises which sounded like bones breaking as the strength demon was thrown backwards into the sky. Likewise, Yang Kai couldn't help being pushed back several dozen meters, his feet carving deep pits into the ground. Furthermore, the earth split apart in a spiderweb of crevices centered around where he once stood. "Senior, I'll leave the rest to you. Keep him alive." After Yang Kai stabilized his stance, he did not attack again immediately, and instead, he hurriedly left those words behind before curling his body up slightly and launching himself in the direction of the blood demon like a meteor. Starting from the time when the silver wolf appeared and launched an attack to the time the blood demon caused the silver wolf to explode with a single finger, to the time Yang Kai showed up out of nowhere and skewered the strength demon half-saint with his spear, everything had happened in less than a couple of breaths. The changes had occurred so quickly that the blood demon had no time to rescue his companion, and by now the strength demon was already badly wounded. It wasn't that the strength demon was lacking in any way. It was just that he had been focusing solely on Bing Yun. How could he have expected Yang Kai to attack out of the blue? Furthermore, the sharpness of the Azure Dragon Spear had already been verified by the life of the stone demon half-saint, who died at Yang Kai's hands in Star Soul Palace. How could the body of a strength demon defend against that? A moment of carelessness had caused the strength demon to lose most of his combat effectiveness, therefore Bing Yun was fully capable of handling the rest. She was a pseudo-great emperor after all, so there was no reason why she could not win against a seriously injured strength demon half-saint. During that moment when the blood demon froze in surprise, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of him, and the sound of a dragon roar came from the Azure Dragon Spear. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai thrust out his spear at his enemy. Struck by the spear, the blood demon reacted as though he had been struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened in place and a big hole where the Azure Dragon Spear had pierced through his chest appeared. The expression on his face was filled with shock. Trying to escape? In your dreams? Yang Kai took no joy in his successful attack as he withdrew his spear, ignored the blood demon before him and rushed towards another direction with a flash of his body. Following Yang Kai's departure, the blood demon, whose body had been pierced cleanly, suddenly melted into a puddle of blood water and vanished out of sight. This was clearly not the blood demon's true body. It was simply a secret technique he cast to create a distraction. There was no saving the strength demon, and with Yang Kai and Bing Yun working together, the blood demon did not dare to confront them. It was better to escape as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Yang Kai immediately saw through his plans. A streak of blood light sped through the sky at a high speed, emitting the aura of a half-saint. Moreover, that aura was fluctuating erratically as though it had suffered a great fright and was desperately fleeing like a stray dog. The blood light suddenly stopped moving, revealing the figure of the blood demon half-saint, his scarlet eyes glaring fearfully ahead of himself. Space rippled and Yang Kai slowly walked out of the void with a cold glare on his face. "Are you trying to escape from me? Is your head all right?" The blood escape technique was an unrivaled secret technique when it came to fleeing, whether it be in the demon realm or the star boundary. Few escape methods could compare to it, and it could definitely rank among the top 3 techniques in terms of speed alone. Blood demons relied on the blood escape technique to get away from strong enemies and survive dangerous situations on multiple occasions. It was a pity the opponent this time was Yang Kai. In front of instantaneous movement, all other escape methods were completely useless. The blood demon's path forward was blocked, and he could also vaguely sense a freezing aura approaching from behind. That human woman had probably finished dealing with his companion and was rushing over to provide support. A hideous expression flashed across the blood demon's face as he snarled, "Yang Kai, let me go if you know what's good for you. You won't get out of this unscathed either if I fight to the death." Yang Kai grinned at the blood demon. The barking of a beat dog is truly grating on the ears. By the time the last word left his mouth, all that was left where he stood was an afterimage. His true body rushed towards the blood demon with the Azure Dragon Spear in hand and thrust out. The blood demon let out a furious howl, after which he exploded and transformed into a blood sea that enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and said through gritted teeth, "A man unafraid to sacrifice his arm is truly difficult to deal with." The spear began to dance, filling the blood sea with endless spear shadows. Numerous black balls appeared at the tip of the spear. Following that, large patches of the blood vanished without a trace. By the time Bing Yun rushed over, she saw Xianxia getting rid of the last of the blood, and a look of astonishment swept across her eyes. Did you kill him? The blood sea was a blood demon's foundation. So how could the blood demon survive if Xianxia got rid of the blood sea? He would die without a doubt. Nevertheless, that was simply unbelievable. When Xianxia had severely injured the strength demon previously, he had relied on the element of surprise and his enemy's negligence to pull that off. However, it was shocking that he could kill a blood demon half-saint in such a short time. Even Li Wu-Yi would not be capable of doing that if he came here himself. For a moment, Bing Yun felt as though she was dreaming. Knowing what she was thinking, Xianxia slowly shook his head. We were tricked. It wasn't his true body. I think it was something similar to an avatar. As a half-saint, how could the blood demon not have a few life-saving techniques? His avatar was something even Xianxia had failed to see through, and for that reason, Xianxia had chased the blood demon all this way, thinking that he had managed to intercept the enemy. He had no plans of fighting the blood demon alone, as what happened a few days ago was still fresh in his memory. Besides, he had no wish to enter retreat again in order to treat his wounds. Fortunately, it would not take Bing Yun much effort to finish off that injured strength demon, so as long as Xianxia could delay things until she came to provide support, he was confident they could defeat the blood demon in a 2-against-1 battle. If that were the case, the price they would have to pay would be negligible. However, Xianxia immediately noticed something was off the moment he attacked. The blood demon's power was considerably weaker than what was displayed earlier. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do at this point, even if he noticed that something was wrong. He sighed softly. What a pity. Bing Yun said, there's nothing worth regretting. That blood demon was forced to pay a heavy price to escape and probably won't be able to participate in the Grand Dao battle anymore. All he can do now is find a hiding place to lick his wounds. Senior is right, Xianxia nodded at those words, the depressed feeling in his heart dissipating instantly. Turning to look at what she was holding in her hand, he smiled. Senior, you work fast. What she was holding in her hand was none other than the strength demon he had severely injured with his spear earlier. It was just that the half-saint was completely wrapped in ice now. Despite looking like he had been frozen alive, his vitality was still present, so it was obvious he wasn't dead yet. It was not an easy feat to capture a half-saint alive even if the other party was severely injured. Even so, Bing Yun managed to achieve that within such a short time. It was clear that her foundation was not as weak as it seemed on the surface. How could I have captured him if you had not injured him first? A complicated look flashed across her eyes. She thought back to the first time she met Xianxia. He had only been in the third-order Dao Source Realm Junior back then. On the other hand, she was already a third-order emperor. Although her cultivation remained one realm higher than his after all these years, there was no way her real combat power could compare with his. The growth rate of this young boy who came from the same homeland as her was simply astounding. Such a chaotic time in the world was precisely when the extraordinary would grow and flourish. Be that as it may, the person in front of her was clearly the best of all those existences. My two disciples sure have a good eye for people. Bing Yun mused to herself. Are you planning to search his knowledge sea? She asked. Seeing as Xianxia had specifically asked to keep the opponent alive, that could only mean that he planned to interrogate the opponent for information. However, half-saints were stubborn, so how could they possibly give up the information so easily? The only way to gain information was to search their soul. If so, I advise you to give up on that idea. I've received information that the demon saints have done something to these half-saints' knowledge seas. There is a seal placed on their soul, so you will immediately suffer from the backlash if you try to search their knowledge seas. Oh? Does everybody already know about it? Xianxia was surprised. He had planned to tell the others about this information when he learned about it. Unfortunately, he could not contact anybody, and he also urgently needed to treat his wounds, so he had given up on the notion. I wonder how this information got out. Is it related to that person who was spying on me from the shadows? You know about it too? Bing Yun was stunned. A frightened look filled Xianxia's face as he replied honestly, I nearly died finding out. If not for the fact that his soul cultivation was more powerful than any pseudo-great emperor or half-saint, and if not for the fact that he had the soul-warming lotus, he would not be standing here right now. But I was not planning to search his soul. There's another way to learn what we need. Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take the strength demon who was frozen in ice. He then turned to her and added, "Senior, please help me stand guard." She nodded in response. With a shift of his body, Yang Kai instantly vanished along with the strength demon. All that was left behind was a longan-sized bead in his place. Bingyun reached out and caught the bead. After studying it carefully, she murmured pensively, "Is this the original sealed world bead?" The sealed world bead in Yang Kai's possession was no longer a secret. She had also seen it before from afar. Nevertheless, it was her first time holding it in her hand like this. It was said that the world beads that each army held were modeled after the sealed world bead. She herself had one of the world beads in her possession, so she was no stranger to this feeling. However, the world beads could not compare to the sealed world bead at all. Be it in terms of the interior area or world principles, they were as different as clouds and mud. It was hard to imagine that there was a great world contained inside this tiny bead. Furthermore, Yang Kai controlled everything in that world as the master of the sealed world bead. Perhaps he might actually get some information. At that thought, Bingyun couldn't help feeling a little expectant of the results. After all, the greatest shortcoming of the pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary was their lack of information regarding the profound heavens temple. She didn't need to wait for long, as only an hour had passed before Yang Kai reappeared. Handing the sealed world bead over to him, Bingyun asked, "Were you hiding in this bead when you attacked earlier?" Yang Kai laughed. While recuperating from his wounds previously, he had hidden the sealed world bead inside the stomach of the giant silver wolf. After all, the sealed world bead would be completely exposed if he entered it. Without a person standing guard, nowhere was safe enough regardless of where he placed the sealed world bead. He happened across the silver wolf just as he was agonizing over this issue. Thus, he decided to make the silver giant wolf swallow the sealed world bead. With his current soul cultivation, it was a simple matter for him to control a monster king. Yang Kai had been in no hurry to exit the sealed world bead upon recovering from his injuries. Hence, he borrowed the giant wolf to investigate his surroundings and coincidentally discovered Bingyun's whereabouts. "Did you learn anything?" "A little, but things are very different from what we thought," he scowled. How could the strength demon resist him inside the small sealed world? By using his privileges as master of the world, Yang Kai had indeed managed to force some information out of the strength demon. "How is it different?" Bingyun asked. "They don't know anything about the illusionary heavens furnace." "Senior, don't you think that's strange?" Yang Kai scowled fiercely. "Could it be that the information we received is wrong? Or is somebody deliberately trying to obscure our sight?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. How could he not understand the meaning behind her words? It was just that the information on the illusionary heavens furnace was something Shang Yuzhu had specially given to him. He had no bad blood with Shang Yuzhu. Rather, she owed him a life debt. There was no reason for her to deceive him on this point. What's more, what was her purpose if she had truly fabricated the information about the illusionary heavens furnace? How would that benefit her? Then, what do the half-saints from the demon realm know? His expression became strange. That's the part that puzzles me the most. They don't know anything. They don't know anything? Could it be that Kenyi never told them anything? Bingyun was taken aback by the news. Kenyi had participated in the previous Grand Dao battle, gained great benefits from that experience, and became a great emperor as a result. Nobody else in the star boundary had more knowledge about the situation inside the profound heavens temple than him. The people from the star boundary had assumed that Kenyi would surely reveal a lot of information to the enemy, but it would seem that they were overthinking this matter. None of them have even seen Kenyi recently, but that's understandable considering that he has been in the process of recuperation. On the contrary, Shueli issued a command to all the half-saints. What command? Yang Kai glanced at Bingyun and spoke in a cold and quiet voice. "Kill!" She laughed. "What kind of command is that?" Even without that command, the half-saints from the demon realm and the pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary would surely engage in a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents the moment they encountered each other. There was no need to specifically issue an order like that. "To be precise," Shueli said, "you will naturally know what to do once you've killed enough." Yang Kai followed up. The demon saints said that? She frowned. He gently nodded. Bing Yun was silent for a moment before she hazarded a guess. Could it be that the heavenly manifestation will only be revealed if enough blood and life are sacrificed to it? Yang Kai lightly exhaled. That's what I think too. Otherwise, the demon saints would not have specifically issued a command like that. There's also another thing that bothers me greatly, however. While saying that, he suddenly gave a wave of his hand and a mummified corpse appeared in front of him. That mummified corpse was completely devoid of moisture, as though all the essence within had dissipated over countless years. Although it was a corpse, it retained some of the traces from when that person had still been alive, and Bing Yun immediately recognized at a glance that the mummified corpse belonged to the strength demon from before. How did he become like this? She frowned deeply. A moment later, her expression changed greatly and she looked at him and exclaimed, Yang Kai, you couldn't have. Yang Kai laughed. Don't worry, senior. I might know the essence of the heaven-devouring battle law, but I did not cultivate that evil secret technique. This mummified corpse looked like somebody had used a secret art to suck out all the essence from it, similar to the effects of the heaven-devouring battle law. So he knew what she was worried about. To be honest, I didn't kill him either. Although Yang Kai had the ability to do so in the small sealed world, the reason for the strength demon's death was the activation of the soul seal. Not only could the soul seal in his mind cause a backlash to those who tried to search his soul, but it also activated without warning when he so much as gave up the slightest bit of information regarding the profound heavens temple. That was what caused him to die on the spot. That was also related to why Yang Kai had only managed to retrieve so little information. However, at that moment after his death, I clearly felt an invisible force passing through the boundary of the small sealed world, enveloping him and draining him of all his vitality. Yang Kai was the master of the small sealed world, so his perception was incredibly sharp inside of it. Therefore, the subtle force had not escaped his notice despite how hidden it had been. Thinking back to what happened previously, Yang Kai felt as though the veil over his eyes had been lifted. How could this be? Bing Yun seemed extremely puzzled. What kind of power could penetrate the boundary of the small sealed world? It was a sealed world after all. Actually, I also killed a half-saint soon after we entered this place. This situation is similar to what happened after he died. I didn't notice anything at the time, but the situation in the profound heavens temple might not be as simple as we believed. Are you saying that all those who participated in the Grand Dao battle will end up in this state if they lose their lives in the profound heavens temple? Yang Kai pointed at the mummified corpse on the ground, a light flashing brightly in his eyes. Combining that with the command that Shueli issued to the half-saints, I think what you said before makes a lot of sense. If that's the case, then we will have to take the initiative to be ruthless. The people from the demon realm came prepared. We will suffer a huge loss if we don't take precautions. Bing Yun's expression turned solemn while she was secretly surprised by Yang Kai's strength. He was strong enough to kill a half-saint before this incident. As a pseudo-great emperor herself, she knew just how difficult it was to kill an opponent on the same level in a one-on-one battle. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. At the very least, we need to let everybody know what kind of situation they are in. If the final secret of the profound heavens temple and the key to becoming a great emperor was the blood sacrifice of many people, then the demon race's information already put them ahead of the rest. They had orders from the demon saints after all. Combined with the advantage of numbers on their side, they would not be holding back at all. On the contrary, the pseudo-great emperors of the star boundary were probably thinking of avoiding any battles they could under the premise that they had yet to figure out the situation for the time being. If they took on the demon race half-saints with that kind of attitude, they were bound to suffer a great loss. After saying that, Yang Kai smiled wryly. Nevertheless, let's decide once we meet somebody else. You're the first ally I've met since entering this place, senior. The person watching him from the shadows before did not count. Bing Yun smiled in response. It seems my luck is better than yours. You're the second I've met so far. Oh. Yang Kai was surprised. Who else did you meet, senior? Yang Yan. He was overjoyed at the news. Where is she? As per the original plan, Yang Yan and Bing Yun were supposed to accompany him as his companions. It was just that they had been separated when they entered the profound heavens temple. Yang Kai had no way to track their whereabouts, and even meeting Bing Yun here had been a lucky coincidence. He even had the faint suspicion that the world's will in his possession was acting in secret. Why else would he encounter Bing Yun being besieged as soon as he came out of retreat? In any case, it was only natural for him to proceed according to plan since they had already met up with each other. He had planned to look for Yang Yan after this, but who could have expected that Bing Yun had already met her? Bing Yun pointed a finger in a certain direction. It's a day's journey in that direction. We found something interesting there. So Yang Yan stayed behind to examine it while I came out to track your whereabouts. If it was something even a pseudo-great emperor would find interesting, then it must surely be something very precious. That was not surprising, however, as the profound heavens temple was the creation of the world itself. Yang Kai also encountered many good things along the way. Let's go and meet up with her. It's always more convenient to take action with more people. I was thinking so too. Bing Yun smiled. The two of them set off immediately, heading in the direction Bing Yun originally came from. Along the way, Yang Kai inquired about their destination. He was curious to know just what it was that had attracted Yang Yan so much that she would stay behind. Bing Yun did not hide anything from him and answered honestly. According to her, she began to track his whereabouts after she met Yang Yan in the profound heavens temple. In the end, they failed to locate him but accidentally discovered a strange pool instead. This pool was filled with milky white liquid that was almost a meter deep. Moreover, it exuded an intoxicating aroma that was very refreshing to the senses. According to Yang Yan's observation, that pool of water was most likely the legendary world source liquid. It would have been nothing if it were just an ordinary treasure. The Grand Dao battle was such a rare opportunity that nobody would waste their precious time to harvest an ordinary treasure unless it was very easy to obtain. However, that was world source liquid. It was a precious treasure that was formed only during the birth of a world. Not to mention it had great and mysterious effects on both the pseudo-great emperors and the great emperors. If a person were to consume even a drop of it, they would definitely gain insight into the heavenly way and their strength would be greatly increased. Unfortunately, a natural grand array had formed around the pool. The grand array was profound and mysterious, so nobody could approach the pool, much less obtain the world source liquid unless they passed through it. Yang Yan was the best artifact array grandmaster in the star boundary. There was nobody better than her, whether it was in artifact refining or spirit arrays, so if there was anybody in the world who could crack this natural spirit array, she would be the only one. Therefore, Yang Yan stayed behind to crack the spirit array. Since there was nothing Bing Yun could help with, she decided to come out to continue searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts instead. World source liquid, even Yang Kai's eyes flashed with greed at those words. It was something he had heard of before but never imagined he would ever find. After all, it was a precious treasure that would only form at the birth of the world. Great changes happened over time and nothing ever remained the same. Even if it was formed during the birth of the world, it would have been used up or destroyed a long time ago. On the contrary, the source-sealed world known as the Profound Heavens Temple was born alongside the world, so it was not impossible for it to preserve some of the things from ancient times. It was no wonder that Shang Yuzhu mentioned that as long as the pseudo-great emperors who participated in the Grand Dao battle survived the experience, they would receive a huge boost in strength even if they failed to become a great emperor. The world source liquid was undoubtedly a good thing that could make a person's strength soar without any side effects. It was just that Yang Yan alone might not be able to monopolize a treasure like that. If it were discovered by the half-saints, a fierce struggle was inevitable. Even if the other pseudo-great emperors found out about it, there would still be some internal conflict arising from this. Hence, Yang Kai immediately picked up the pace upon learning that it could be the world source liquid and rushed over with Bing Yun. The place where Yang Yan and Bing Yun had found the pool of world source liquid was located in a thick jungle. There were huge towering trees everywhere in the surroundings, but there was only one empty space in its center. Right in the middle of the jungle was a wooden stump with a diameter of approximately 10 meters wide. The wooden stump was hollow in the middle, which formed a pool. That pool was filled with a milky white liquid that was suspected to be world source liquid. Naturally, that was just Yang Yan's guess. She could not be certain what was inside the pool until she passed through the Grand Array after all. Nevertheless, it would surely be useful for a pseudo-great emperor even if it was not world source liquid. Just a moment ago, the surrounding scenery had been pleasant. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai plunged into a fog so thick he could not see his hand in front of him. The change was so sudden that he was caught completely by surprise. Shocked, he abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned to look in the direction of Bing Yun. Senior, although he could not see anybody there. Bing Yun's voice rang out clearly. I'm here. He secretly let out a breath of relief in response. By inferring from the direction of her voice, she seemed to be standing no more than 2 steps away from him. It was just that he couldn't even see her outline through this dense fog. Moreover, the dense fog had the effect of preventing anybody from probing their surroundings with divine sense. Even his divine sense, which was stronger than that of any half-saint or pseudo-great emperor, was suppressed by the dense fog and could not advance forward whatsoever when he released it into his surroundings. If that was the case for him, what more need be said about Bing Yun? Their sight was obscured and their divine sense was useless in this strange place, so they were essentially blind. Was this place like this before? Yang Kai asked in a quiet voice. Bing Yun replied, No, there was nothing unusual here before. Maybe Yang Yen triggered something when she was trying to crack the spirit array. Yang Kai nodded when he heard those words. That explanation was reasonable. They originally came to meet up with Yang Yen and check on her progress in cracking the natural spirit array while they were at it. Unfortunately, it would seem that the situation here was not too optimistic. They did not see Yang Yen anywhere upon their arrival, nor did they see that wooden stump pool either. There was only this strange fog in all directions. In this environment, Yang Kai couldn't help being extremely alert and warned, Be careful, senior. Call me immediately if you find anything. I know. You do the same. Bing Yun's voice rang out. They continued walking deeper inward while conversing with each other. Although they could not see anything and their divine senses were useless at the moment, they could use their voices to estimate each other's positions so that they did not need to worry about getting separated. It was just that the deeper they went, the bigger the frown on Yang Kai's face became. According to what Bing Yun told him earlier, the wooden stump pool that contained what was suspected to be world source liquid was located in an empty clearing that was about 1,000 meters from the edge of the jungle. They had been walking straight ahead for the past quarter hour but had yet to come across anything. Furthermore, forget 1,000 meters, they might even have traveled tens of thousands of meters by now. Listen, Bing Yun suddenly spoke. What is it? Yang Kai turned to look at her, but all that he could see in front of him was a layer of fog. Didn't you hear anything? What did you hear, senior? Her unexpected discovery in this strange place not only surprised him but also raised his wariness somewhat. He couldn't help getting goosebumps all over his body, but to his horror, Bing Yun stopped responding. He suddenly had a bad feeling and called out once more, Senior. Despite shouting several times, he received no response at all. Yang Kai then reached out to grab at the spot where Bing Yun had been standing just now, but there was nothing there. He could not find any traces of her anywhere when he rushed forward a little either. By this point, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help turning a little ashen. Bing Yun had been by his side a moment ago only to disappear without a trace a moment later. Was this the secret work of somebody at play? Or was this the power of the natural spirit array? The possibility of the latter was much more likely, of course. Bing Yun had mentioned there was a natural spirit array nearby that guarded this place after all. It was the one Yang Yen had stayed behind to crack. Besides, there was nobody with the ability to take Bing Yun away without Yang Kai noticing among the many half-saints from the demon realm. In that case, was this a bewildering array? Natural spirit arrays were generally very extraordinary, of course, so it might not only have the effect of a bewildering array. What concerned Yang Kai even more were Bing Yun's words before she disappeared. She had obviously heard something. However, he had not noticed anything. Even when he listened attentively at this moment, Yang Kai still couldn't hear any sounds at all. It was said that all spirit arrays in the world could be broken by brute force. Unfortunately, Bing Yun had fallen prey to the spirit array. Yang Yan's situation was probably not much better given the current circumstances. Therefore, Yang Kai did not dare to act rashly. It would not be worthwhile if he accidentally harmed them by lashing out now. Standing motionlessly in place, Yang Kai took a deep breath and closed his eyes. A few moments later, he jerked his eyes open again and his left eye seemed to flicker with a golden light. The demon eye of annihilation he obtained from the great demon god had the ability to see through all illusions, so it was extremely effective against something like bewildering and illusion arrays. Under the effect of the demon eye of annihilation, the fog shrouding his surroundings seemed to fade away considerably in an instant. Xianxia calmed down slightly upon seeing this. It would seem that the great demon god was indeed extraordinary. All this time, Xianxia seemed to have underestimated the power of the demon eye of annihilation. He had also been unable to fully bring out its potential. Even though the natural spirit array in the source-sealed world was so mysterious, he instantly got a glimpse of its mysteries with the help of the demon eye of annihilation. Xianxia's expression changed as he looked around at his surroundings. He had not been able to see anything just now, but he discovered that he was actually surrounded by numerous tiny silk threads under the influence of the demon eye of annihilation. The silk threads were densely packed, but invisible to the naked eye, fluttering in the air like tentacles. Occasionally, these silk threads would approach him as if to touch him, however, they would quickly shrink away from him as though scared of something. He frowned and reached out to grab at the silk thread in front of him, but to his surprise, it avoided his hand as if it were a living creature. "Where are you trying to run?" Xianxia coldly snorted. He instinctively felt that Bing Yun's disappearance was related to these silk threads, thus he violently reached out and caught a handful of silk threads in his grip. In the next moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded in his head. That voice sounded like a soft murmuring that seemed to be calling out to him, giving rise to an impulse that urged him to head in a certain direction. The light in his eyes vanished and was replaced by a dull look. At the same time, his mind instantly sank into an abyss. Numerous silk threads appeared inside his knowledge sea, traveling through the pitch-black flames. A layer of ripples formed everywhere they passed, spreading out into the surroundings. Meanwhile, the soul-warming lotus in the middle of his knowledge sea burst out with a seven-colored radiance. That gentle force filled every corner of his knowledge sea, smoothing out the ripples that formed. In response, the countless silk threads that barged into his knowledge sea dissipated instantly like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Xianxia's body jerked abruptly and his dazed eyes regained their luster. An expression of lingering fear crept across his face when he finally realized what happened to him. He looked back again and saw that the countless silk threads surrounding him were still there. As before, these silk threads constantly wandered around him but did not dare to approach. If he had not taken the initiative to reach out just now, they would not have come into contact with him at all. What in the world are these things? He was completely bewildered by the tiny silk threads. The only thing he could be sure of was that these strange things definitely had something to do with Bing Yun's disappearance. Bing Yun had clearly heard something just now. Likewise, a soft murmuring had sounded in his head when he touched those silk threads, and he immediately lost consciousness after that. It was obvious that the same thing had happened to her. It was just that she did not have one of the world's supreme treasures like the soul-warming lotus protecting her knowledge sea. But why don't these silk threads dare to touch me? Do I have something that Bing Yun does not have? Xianxia had some vague guesses but could not be certain. In any case, the most important thing right now was to locate Bing Yun and Yang Yan as soon as possible. Thinking back to the strange voice in his head just now, he lifted his eyes to look in a certain direction and strode forward. Following his advance, the silk threads in front of him involuntarily shrank back from him. The direction he was heading was none other than the source of those silk threads. The further he went, the clearer his sight became as the dense fog enveloping his surroundings became thinner and thinner. All of a sudden, there was a loud cracking sound. He seemed to have stepped on something. When Xianxia lowered his head to look, his pupils involuntarily contracted. There was a skeleton beneath his feet. He did not know how long ago this person had died, but their bones were scattered across the ground quite messily. From the shape of the bones, it was clear that it had been a human, and since the only ones that could die in this place were the pseudo-great emperors that participated in the Grand Dao battle, it had to have been one of those ancient masters. This place was extremely dangerous after all. Other people had discovered this place that Yang Yan and Bing Yun had found, but these people had been ambushed and died in this place as a result. Moreover, it was evident that more than one person had experienced such a fate. Xianxia lifted his gaze and looked ahead. Countless skeletons were piled high across the ground in the open space around him. Some of those skeletons were completely weathered away while others still retained their original shape. The clothes on their bodies had long since rotted away into dust. However, from the degree of decay, it was clear that these people were from many different eras. Aside from these skeletons, there was also a round-shaped wooden stump about 10 meters in diameter and hollow in the center like a wooden pool filled with a milky white liquid. A strange fragrance tickled Yang Kai's nose, and when he breathed it in, his entire body throbbed with excitement. Even his mood brightened and he became elated. World source liquid. Even though he had never seen it before, one glance at this liquid was enough for Yang Kai to instantly confirm that this was the legendary world source liquid. Yang Yen and Bing Yun were not mistaken. Nevertheless, his attention was quickly drawn to something else instead. There were 5 cocoon-like things around the wooden pool. The cocoons were as tall as a person, and in addition, numerous strange silk threads were endlessly wrapping around the cocoons, thickening and strengthening them with time. One of the cocoons had yet to form completely. More importantly, the thing that was being wrapped by the silk threads inside that particular cocoon was none other than Bing Yun, who had just gone missing not too long ago. Yang Kai did not know when she had arrived here, but at this moment, her eyes were tightly closed as she stood there quietly, allowing the pure and clean silk threads to wrap around her. She seemed oblivious to the danger that she was in, and there was even a slight smile adorning her lips. Yang Kai's scalp tingled at the sight, and he couldn't help gulping nervously. Judging from Bing Yun's condition, there were bound to be other people inside the other 4 cocoons. They were either pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary or half-saints from the demon realm. Yang Yen was probably among them too. These masters had fallen into this trap unsuspectingly and without their knowledge, and looking at the countless skeletons surrounding him, Bing Yun and the others would eventually suffer the same fate if nobody rescued them. Yang Kai took a deep breath and silently pushed his demon chi. Then he stimulated the demon eye of annihilation to its maximum and prepared to make a move at any time. After a careful investigation of the strange silk threads, Yang Kai was frustrated to learn that there was no way to trace them back to their source. These silk threads seemed to appear out of thin air to wrap around the living creatures that entered this place, which would eventually cause generations of pseudo-great emperors who came here to lose their lives without even realizing it. What a terrifying natural death trap! Yang Kai was drenched in cold sweat. Lured by world-source liquid, the pseudo-great emperors and half-saints were tempted into investigating this place. Then, they would unknowingly lose consciousness by being drawn into illusions that even they could not wake up from and eventually die in this place. The source-sealed world known as the Profound Heavens Temple was not just filled with endless opportunities, it was clearly also brimming with unpredictable dangers. Over the generations, no more than 1/3 of the pseudo-great emperors who participated in the Grand Dao battle would survive. Those who died in this place not only included those who fought against others and were killed due to their own lack of strength, but also the many who died due to various traps similar to this one. There were 5 cocoon-like things in this place, and aside from Bing Yun, whom he could see at the moment, the other 4 cocoons were wrapped up tightly. Yang Yen should also be inside one of them. The peculiarity in this place was something even a veteran pseudo-great emperor like Yang Yen could not resist. Hence, it was easy to imagine what would happen to the others who arrived in this place. On the other hand, Yang Kai had the feeling that the reason he was safe and sound was most likely related to the fact that he had part of the star boundary's will in his body. The Profound Heavens Temple was a source-sealed world that was born along with the star boundary itself, as well as the place where the Grand Dao battle took place. Thus, the world itself was probably watching the current progress at all times. It was only recently that Yang Kai had complained about how useless the invisible and intangible world's will in his body was. He never imagined that it would begin showing its effects so quickly. This natural spirit array was not entirely ineffective against him. It had been proven that he would also be affected by this death trap from what happened when he took the initiative to touch those silk threads before. It was just that he received protection from the soul-warming lotus and did not lose himself as a result. As for the reason why those silk threads did not actively touch him, it was most likely that they could sense the aura of the world's will in his body. It was only natural that the world's will in his body allowed him to escape the hostility in this place, which in turn caused the silk threads to avoid touching him. From this, it could be seen that the world's will in his possession was not completely useless in the Profound Heavens Temple. It was just that he had not discovered its uses. After understanding this point, Yang Kai became a little expectant. I wonder what other kind of support I will receive from the world's will in the upcoming battle. However, his top priority now was to rescue Yang Yan and Bing Yun. Yang Kai quickly strode forward and came to Bing Yun, his hands transforming into dragon claws. Tearing apart the silk threads wrapping around her body, Yang Kai quickly pulled her out from inside the cocoon. Even so, Bing Yun did not wake up immediately. Her eyes remained tightly closed with a smile on her lips, as though she was having a beautiful dream. With no other choice, he placed her inside the small sealed world and decided to wait until she woke up before planning his next move. Yang Kai quickly tore apart the second cocoon. Glancing at the contents, he immediately became happy. A demon race half-saint was wrapped up inside this cocoon. Judging by the rotten stench that burst out the moment the cocoon was opened, it was a corpse demon. His previous guess was correct. There really were demon race half-saints among these 5 cocoons. Yang Yan had been the only person here when Bing Yun left this place. In that case, the other 3 had appeared later but fell prey to the same trap as Yang Yan. The opportunity to kick his enemy when they were down was very rare. Seeing as they were mortal enemies, how could Yang Kai afford to be benevolent and soft-hearted? He looted the space ring from the other party and then threw a punch in the direction of the corpse demon while using rupture. A black ball appeared and disappeared in a flash, and the corpse demon vanished without a trace along with the cocoon wrapped around him. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling jubilant that he had managed to kill a half-saint so easily. The third cocoon contained a pseudo-great emperor of the human race. It was one of the Star Boundary's 55 army commanders, Gan Li. Although Yang Kai was acquainted with this person, he did not have much interaction with him. They probably did not exchange more than 3 sentences between them in total. Given their fateful meeting, however, Yang Kai casually rescued and transferred the other party into the small sealed world while he was at it. The fourth cocoon contained another demon race half-saint, who followed in the footsteps of his companion a moment later. It wasn't until he tore open the 5th cocoon that Yang Yan's figure was revealed. Yang Kai couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief at the sight. He had been worrying about what to do if the 5th cocoon did not contain Yang Yan. Fortunately, such a situation did not come to pass. Yang Kai had managed to eliminate 2 demon race half-saints and rescue 3 pseudo-great emperors without much effort. Therefore, he was in a great mood. According to his calculations, as many as 4 half-saints had died at his hands alone since the start of the Grand Dao battle. A war record like this was probably something even Li Wuyi could not pull off if he had been here in person. Although a large part of his success had been due to luck, was luck not sometimes considered to be one of the strengths of a cultivator when climbing towards the peak of the martial Dao? Next, Yang Kai turned to stare at the milky white liquid inside the wooden pool and couldn't help becoming a little breathless. He had obtained countless precious and rare treasures ever since he began his journey in the martial Dao, but even so, there were very few things that could compare with that pool of liquid in front of him. Both the soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree were regarded as unique supreme treasures. But world source liquid had its own profound uses. It was the essence that was formed during the birth of the world. Hence, every drop of world source liquid contained the chaotic primordial aura from when the world was first created. It would surely help a person gain insight into the heavenly way and martial Dao after they consumed even just a drop of it. Even a great emperor would become greedy in front of such a precious treasure. What more a high-rank demon king like Yang Kai? Gulping hard, Yang Kai reached out a finger, dipped it into the wooden pool, and placed a bit of world source liquid into his mouth. Something so precious counted for nothing until he had it firmly in his possession. Before he could carefully enjoy the taste, Yang Kai heard a bang in his mind. Immediately after that, his entire body shuddered as his knowledge sea became turbulent. His vision went black, and at the same time he was deprived of all his other senses. He could neither see, hear, nor feel anything. It was as though he had fallen into a place of chaotic nothingness. A ray of light suddenly bloomed and chaos split apart for the first time. Pure chi rose to become the sky while turbid chi sank to become the ground. The world was born and millions of living creatures were created. Yang Kai did not know how long went by before he abruptly came back to his senses, a light shining brightly in his eyes. Meanwhile, his expression was exhilarated but thoughtful at the same time. In that brief moment, He felt as though he had turned into the world itself and experienced the birth of the universe from chaos until it became what it was today. Furthermore, he vaguely felt an insight blooming in his heart. Perhaps this was the peak that all the cultivators pursued. Unfortunately, all of this was too far away for him right now. He was just a high-ranked demon king and still had to become a half-saint and then a demon saint in the future. The insights gained this time far exceeded his own cultivation realm, so there were many things that remained obscure to him. Even so, Xianxia was not annoyed. The cultivation realm was something that would eventually be achieved through a gradual accumulation. On the other hand, obtaining an insight like this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to memorize this feeling for now and wait for the right time to revive this memory. It would definitely help him in the future. At this point, Xianxia was certain that the milky white liquid in this pool was world source liquid. Nothing else but world source liquid could give him such a mysterious yet enjoyable epiphany. Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately began collecting the world source liquid. Pushing his divine sense, he wrapped the wooden pond with it and exerted a slight force. However, there was no movement. Xianxia's expression twitched slightly. He originally wanted to place the wooden pond directly into the small sealed world, but who could have known that it would not budge in the slightest? When he pushed his divine sense just now, Xianxia clearly perceived that the small wooden pond and the entire profound heavens temple were closely connected to one another. If he wanted to collect the wooden pool, then he first had to collect the profound heavens temple, which was naturally completely impossible. Therefore, he had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and began to collect the world source liquid in the wooden pool. This was not a difficult task. Following his actions, world source liquid in the wooden pond began to drain at a constant rate and be deposited into the small sealed world. For this reason, he also specially made a pond in the medicine garden of the small sealed world. The wooden pool was not big, only 10 or so meters in diameter. In addition, the liquid in the pool was only about 1 meter deep. When the world source liquid in the wooden pool had decreased by half, however, Xianxia's movements suddenly froze. He looked around his surroundings with a solemn expression. For a moment just now, he had a feeling as though he was being spied on, like a pair of eyes watching him. A sweep of his divine sense found nothing, however, which puzzled him. With his current divine sense and soul cultivation, there was nobody in the profound heavens temple who could spy on him in secret. Hence, it was impossible for him to fail to notice if a person was really watching him from the shadows. He frowned pensively for a bit before smiling coldly. It didn't matter whether the person spying on him was a human or demon. It didn't even matter what that person's intentions were. He would think about it once he collected every drop of world source liquid here. Once he had everything in hand, the decision to fight or to flee would take but a brief consideration. Even though he consciously made such a decision, his instincts were screaming at him that it was a bad idea. It felt as though something terrible would definitely happen if he continued down this path. A layer of cold sweat slowly oozed out of his forehead as Xianxia made repeated attempts to continue with his plans, but something inside him was screaming to leave while he was still ahead. After hesitating and struggling for a while, Xianxia grit his teeth and gave up on collecting the rest of the world source liquid. Miraculously, the sense of crisis that he was feeling, as well as the sensation of being spied on, vanished the moment he gave up and everything returned to normal. The world's will. Xianxia's expression froze. At this point, how could he fail to realize that the situation just now was not someone else watching him from the shadows? Rather, it was the world's will in his body that was acting up. The invisible and intangible worlds will bestowed upon him was a blessing from the world itself. It had the slight ability to attract luck and guide him to avoid misfortune. Although he did not know what consequences would have befallen him just now had his greed won out, he was certain that it would not have ended well. Now that he had given up on the idea, he felt a lot more relaxed. Even so, who would willingly give up on taking everything when there was such a precious treasure right in front of him? Thus, Xianxia struggled, hesitated, and tried several more times. But whenever the idea to continue collecting the world source liquid came into his mind, that inexplicable feeling of doom would appear again. On the other hand, everything would return to normal whenever he gave up on that idea. After numerous attempts, Xianxia no longer dared to entertain any more thoughts about the world source liquid. He hardened his head and turned around to leave without looking back. A short while later, He walked out of the place where the wooden pool had been located. Looking back, he saw the scenery in that area become twisted and distorted before it vanished out of sight, replaced by a dense forest that looked no different from the rest of the areas. Xianxia immediately understood. The natural death trap that had existed since ancient times was probably damaged after what he did just now. So how could the remaining world source liquid be preserved without its protection? Removing itself from this place was probably a form of self-protection. Who knows how many years it would take before it reappeared once more? Xianxia searched for a hiding place and hid inside. Thinking back to the remaining half of the world source liquid that he failed to obtain, he couldn't help feeling greatly distressed. He had collected quite a lot, but how could anybody believe that there could be too much of a good thing? The world source liquid contained the chaotic aura from when the world was created. That aura was enough to allow a third-order emperor, who had been troubled by a bottleneck for many years, to break through their shackles and be promoted to become a pseudo-great emperor. If only he could have collected a little more of the world source liquid, he could have created many more pseudo-great emperors for the star boundary in the future. He could only say that what belonged to him would belong to him no matter what. On the contrary, it was useless to dream too much about something that was not destined to be his. Xianxia sighed and wallowed for a bit before he finally let go of the regret in his heart. Shifting his thoughts, he checked the small sealed world and discovered that Bingyun, Yang Yen, and Ganli had woken up. The three of them had gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. It was obvious that they had realized they were currently inside Xianxia's small sealed world, so they did not look panicked. Nevertheless, they couldn't help feeling some lingering fears whenever they recalled what they went through previously. Xianxia's soul projection manifested in front of them, and once everybody greeted him, Ganli spoke. "Many thanks for your help this time, Brother Yang. This Gon would have been in great trouble if not for you." Xianxia responded with a smile. "You're too kind, Brother Gon. You and I have both fought under the command of Supreme Commander Li and equally contributed to the peace of the star boundary. During a period where the outsiders are coveting all we have, I'm certain you would not stand by idly either if this Yang encountered trouble and you had the ability to help." "Of course." Ganli nodded sternly. "In any case, I will forever remember this second chance at life that you've given me. Brother Yang, feel free to let me know if you need any assistance inside this profound heavens temple." The two exchanged a few more words of courtesy, but neither of them mentioned the world source liquid. Xianxia did not know if Ganli had seen the world source liquid, or if the latter deliberately refused to broach the subject. Thinking about it again, since Yang Yen had seen it, there was no reason for Ganli to have missed it. Ganli must have been attracted by the world source liquid and fell prey to the natural spirit array as a result. As for whether he recognized exactly what the world source liquid was or not was another matter altogether. "What do you plan to do next, Brother Gon?" After the pleasantries were dealt with, Xianxia went straight to the point. "Naturally, I will try my best to seize the opportunity to reach the peak of the Grand Tao and locate the illusionary heavens furnace." Ganli frowned and smiled bitterly, but then again, this Gon has been searching for the illusionary heavens furnace since entering the profound heavens temple. "It's a pity that I have found nothing so far. Did you find anything on your end?" Yang Yen replied flatly, "No." She then turned to look at Xianxia and continued, "Little brat, are you sure that Xing Yuzhu was not lying to you? Did she deliberately throw out bait to lure others away while she goes off doing something on her own in secret?" Xianxia pondered in silence for a moment. "It's not impossible, but this is the only clue we have." He had not gotten any useful information from the demon race half-saints either. All he learned was that the demon saints had ordered the half-saints to kill the pseudo-great emperors of the star boundary. But why did something like that need to be specifically worded into a command? The struggle between the two worlds had never ceased. Was there any possibility of peace between the masters from both the human race and the demon race if they encountered each other inside this place? In any case, our top priority is to find the illusionary heavens furnace. We can search for more information along the way. Xianxia then turned to look at Ganli. "If you don't mind, would you like to travel with us, Brother Gon?" Bingyun and Yang Yen were definitely going to accompany him as this was something they had decided on beforehand. Since Xianxia had the world's will, the demon race was sure to target him. Even with his mastery of the Tao of space, it would be bad if he were to face this situation all on his own. Besides, it wasn't just the demon race. Even the pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary might try to kill him at the final stage of this battle. It was obvious that Ganli also knew about this situation. Yang Kai was currently in possession of something that would incite the greed of others, so he did not dare to take the initiative to mention this subject. He was afraid that Yang Kai and the others might misunderstand him, even though he genuinely wanted to join forces with them. He never imagined that Yang Kai would be so carefree to broach the subject himself. It made him feel a little ashamed. Without giving Ganli a chance to speak, Yang Kai continued, "There are only 30 pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary who entered the profound heavens temple. On the other hand, there are 40 half-saints from the demon realm. Just from our numbers alone, the demon race holds an absolute advantage over us. If we don't unite, it will only give the demon race a chance to destroy us. That is why I implore you to come with us, if possible, Brother Gon. We can discuss our plans again at the final stage of the Grand Dao battle." Having said so much, it would be ill-mannered for Gon Li to refuse. Besides, Yang Kai had just saved his life, so how could he dare to refuse this proposal? Not to mention, that was also his intention in the first place, so he immediately cupped his fists. "That was my wish. It was just that I did not dare ask it of you." Yang Kai smiled. "Good. In that case, I'm going to go fishing." "Fishing?" Gon Li looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Yen understood instantly and smiled in response. "Just don't catch any sharks." "What's wrong with sharks?" Yang Kai chuckled and his figure faded away. Just before he left, he saw Yang Yen wink at him. At this moment, Gon Li seemed to catch on to what Yang Kai previously meant by fishing and exclaimed in realization, "Interesting." "How interesting." While speaking, he revealed a look of great anticipation. Yang Kai was moving around outside. However, he left a thread of consciousness inside the small sealed world. The look that Yang Yen secretly gave him just now clearly meant that she wanted a private conversation with him, so he quietly contacted her. "Little brat, what about the world source liquid? Did you get it?" As expected, she immediately asked that question of him the moment he got in touch with her. Nevertheless, she remained engaged in conversation with Gon Li about something else on the surface. Yang Kai grinned and replied, "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you I didn't manage to get any." "Very good. Give me half," she said decisively. Yang Kai tripped over his own feet and nearly face planted on the ground at those words. "Big sister, why not declare you're robbing me? How can she ask for half right at the start?" "It's inhuman." Yang Yen simple giggled and declared, "If not for me, you wouldn't even have found that in the first place. So, it's perfectly acceptable for me to demand half." "Fine, fine, half it is." He couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Besides, he had taken so much of the world source liquid that he could not possibly finish it all on his own anyway. "But I only managed to collect half of the world source liquid there. I couldn't collect the remaining half." "Why?" She was puzzled. "I can't give you an exact explanation. I just had the feeling that something terrible would happen if I had forcefully taken the remaining half." "Something that ominous happened?" Yang Yen was shocked, but after mulling over it for a bit, she added, That makes sense. That is a treasure formed during the creation of the world after all. Alchemists always emphasize leaving behind roots when harvesting treasures, lest they cause the herbs to go extinct. If a treasure like the world source liquid was completely taken away, it would surely be self-defeating. Still, half isn't a bad haul either. Seeing how enthusiastic you are about the world source liquid, do you know what kind of mysterious properties it has? She laughed softly. Do you want to know? Tell me about it. Although he had tried some and deeply experienced the effects brought about by that small drop of world source liquid, Yang Kai was unable to fully grasp its effects even now. Yang Yen didn't try to keep him guessing and immediately asked, Do you know why Senior Iron Blood is more powerful than the other great emperors? Isn't it due to the secret art he cultivated? Yang Kai was puzzled. Nobody ranked the 10 great emperors of the star boundary, but Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen was publicly recognized as the strongest among them. This point was something none of the other great emperors denied either. Of course not. How could the secret art cultivated by one great emperor be any worse than another's? Yang Yan sneered. Besides, the only thing that could be compared at their cultivation is their own understanding and insights. It has little to do with their secret arts. Well, Wuquang is a special case. All his success came from the heaven-devouring battle law, and I have to admit that that guy is truly a genius. Are you saying that Senior Iron Blood once consumed world source liquid? Yang Kai asked. He once casually brought up the subject of the world's treasures with me, and among them was world source liquid. He claimed that he had the opportunity to consume a cup of the world source liquid in the profound heavens temple. Moreover, he was still benefiting from that cup to this day. Sii? Yang Kai inhaled sharply. At the same time, his figure that was rushing forward paused for a moment. He had tried to overestimate the effects of the world source liquid as much as possible, but it turned out he was still greatly undervaluing it. Iron Blood Great Emperor had participated in the Grand Dao battle that took place when the Profound Heavens Temple opened 2 cycles ago, which meant between 20,000 and 30,000 years had passed since then. Be that as it may, a single cup of world source liquid he consumed at the time had given him so much insight that he was still benefiting from it today. It was conceivable just how precious the world source liquid was. In addition, Zhan Wuhen had gotten a cup of world source liquid in the Profound Heavens Temple. Did he have the ability to escape from that natural death trap at the time? This was somebody else's affair. Moreover, so many years had passed, so Yang Kai did not know the details, but he was becoming increasingly aware of the terrifying effects of the world source liquid. Don't feel bad, boy. Besides, I wasn't planning on using my half of the world source liquid all for myself. With the world source liquid in hand, we might be able to considerably improve the strength of many pseudo-great emperors of the star boundary. What's more, if the great emperors were to escape their current predicament, they might also be able to use some of the world source liquid to enhance their strength. When the time comes, I will inform them that I brought this precious treasure out. Yang Kai replied, for the star boundary's sake, that's how it should be. In that way, the remaining half of the world source liquid in his possession would belong solely to him. More importantly, as far as the public was aware, Yang Yan would be the only one in possession of this item. Even if somebody were to covet it, they would not make the connection back to him. Unfortunately, this would most likely cause some trouble for her. Then again, considering that she was Zhan Wuhen's direct subordinate, nobody would have the courage to provoke her. By the way, what happened to the 2 demons? Did you see them? Yang Yan had been in the middle of cracking the natural spirit array when 2 demon race half-saints happened to pass by. She had no choice but to take some risks with what she was attempting and as a result, seemed to have triggered some sort of restriction and fallen unconscious. She didn't even know when Gonli got trapped in that place. Those 2 are already dead. Yang Kai chuckled. That was probably the easiest 2 half-saints he had ever killed in his life, as there had been no resistance whatsoever. Good. Yang Yan coldly snorted. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai relayed to her the information he had obtained from the strength demon half-saint before. He also added the speculations he and Bing Yun came up with, as well as the abnormality that occurred to the corpses of the demon race half-saints who died in this place. After listening to this, Yang Yan fell silent for a long while before saying, your guess is not unreasonable. Slaughter and blood, that might just be the truth. Perhaps, the final opportunity might only be revealed once enough blood has been spilt. Pausing, she then laughed lightly. Little brat, do a good job fishing. The more demons die, the better. Our advantage will also get greater and greater with time. It doesn't matter who gets the opportunity in the end as long as it doesn't fall into the hands of the demon race. Yang Kai flew forward at great speed, the surrounding scenery flashing past him in a blur, looking back from time to time as if something dangerous was approaching from behind. And indeed there was danger behind him. A ray of blood light was chasing closely behind him. There were 2 hidden figures within that blood ray, and no matter how he bobbed and weaved, the blood ray hung on his tail like maggots on rotting bones. He could not get away from them. A distance of several hundreds of meters might seem quite far, but a half-saint or pseudo-great emperor could cross such a gap in a breath. With the passage of time, the distance between them got closer and closer. Space principles flared and Yang Kai's figure flickered before he vanished from the spot in an instant. By the time he reappeared, he had put some distance between them again. Even so, he did not manage to exit the range of the blood ray's pursuit. A furious cry came out from the blood ray at that moment. Yang Kai, accept your death. Even the heavens won't be able to save you today. This king will definitely catch you, drink your blood, and slice off your flesh piece by piece. Only the half-saints of the Blood Demon clan could perform the incredibly fast blood escape technique. Most people would not be able to escape a blood demon's pursuit. In truth, Yang Kai's speed was inferior to the blood escape technique of a blood demon, but with his mastery over the Tao of space, whenever the distance between them became dangerously close, he would use instantaneous movement to put some distance between them. This situation had occurred many times already, so much so that the blood demon chasing him was about to cough up blood in annoyance. Under normal circumstances, the blood demon would not have chased Yang Kai so stubbornly. After all, who did not know that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and was capable of coming and going like the wind? Who did not know that he had comprehended some kind of martial truth which was mysterious and difficult to defend against? It would take at least 3 or 4 half-saints working together to deal with Yang Kai, and they would still have to kill him in one decisive blow, lest he finds a chance to escape. However, this was the profound Heaven's Temple, and there were all kinds of restrictions in place. The blood demon had seen with his own eyes that Yang Kai could not cross great distances at once, even though the latter's instantaneous movement still functioned. That would give him an opportunity to catch up to Yang Kai. What's more, Yang Kai was clearly heavily injured. There were countless wounds all over his body, and even his aura seemed a little unstable. The blood demon had no idea what had happened to Yang Kai previously, but the latter clearly had not had a peaceful time over the past few days. How could he let such a good opportunity pass him by? If he could kill Yang Kai, he would be able to snatch the world's will from Yang Kai's possession. That would definitely be of great help to him in the upcoming Grand Tao battle. Since ancient times, men would die for wealth just as birds would die for food. How could the blood demon not be tempted with such a huge piece of fat in front of him? Furthermore, he was not alone. He had a companion. There were 2 figures wrapped inside the blood ray after all. Things will be bad if we continue like this. We can't afford to delay any longer. The voice of the other demon race half-saint rang out from within the blood ray. The blood demon next to this person looked gloomy after hearing those words. He knew that his ally was not wrong. Their pursuit had already gone on for half a day. Moreover, they had made a huge commotion during that time. It would be bad if a third party swooped in to take advantage of the situation. Thus, he said quietly, "The price I have to pay to perform that secret technique is not small." The second half-saint replied, "You can kill him, but I'll take the credit." The blood demon's eyes brightened at those words. "Really? I swear in the name of great demon god." The blood demon heard this and cackled, "Good, good, good. I feel at ease with your words. The person who killed Yang Kai would be able to snatch and obtain the world's will. On the other hand, the person who took credit for the deed would be highly valued by the demon saints and receive personal guidance from them. This way, both parties would not lose out on anything." After a brief negotiation, the blood demon's expression turned solemn. He formed a set of hand seals before his scarlet eyes, staring fixedly at the fleeing figure ahead. A cold light flashed across his gaze as he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Accordingly, the blood ray that was not slow in the first place suddenly flared with a crimson light that covered the entire sky. The blood demon's speed immediately accelerated, and he shot forward like a bolt of lightning to quickly shorten the distance between them. "It's probably about time." Yang Kai, who was fleeing in front, quietly thought to himself. Half a day's pursuit had shaved off quite a lot of the other party's energy. Moreover, the opponent seemed to be using some sort of sacrificial secret technique, so now was the time to end this farce. The figure rushing forward suddenly stopped in mid-air. The change from extreme movement to complete stop, both abrupt yet natural. Huh? He stopped. The second half-saint inside the blood ray was shocked to the core. He never imagined that Yang Kai would turn around so suddenly. Did he realize that he won't be able to escape, so he decided to make a last stand instead? "You court death." The blood demon's eyes lit up, and amidst his maniacal laughter, he opened his arms wide. The blood ray exploded and transformed into a boundless blood sea that headed straight for Yang Kai. A dragon roar sounded, and the azure dragon spear appeared. The spear slashed out, splitting the blood sea in two, while Yang Kai lifted the corners of his mouth slightly in a sly smile. Not good. It's a trap. The blood demon turned pale in shock. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and quickly retreated. On the other hand, the companion next to him had already fled to the side when Yang Kai attacked. All of a sudden, 3 figures appeared beside Yang Kai, and as if they had discussed it beforehand, one of the figures gave a flick of her wrist. 3 bursts of light flew out from her fair wrist, aiming straight for the blood demon. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and the other 2 figures rushed towards the other half-saint. Despicable. At that moment, a look of grief and indignation appeared on Blood Demon's face, as well as a deep sense of humiliation. It was no secret that Yang Kai was in possession of the sealed world bead that could contain living creatures inside. Not to mention, the Blood Demon's other companion had warned him to be wary of this point while they were pursuing Yang Kai. It was just that Yang Kai had been running away for so long already. Seeing as Yang Kai had not called out any helpers, the 2 demon race half-saints naturally assumed that he was all alone. Who could have known that Yang Kai would actually call out helpers at this moment? Moreover, 3 at once. Yang Kai had acted weak by fleeing for half a day, which just went to show how vicious he was. He clearly intended to kill the 2 half-saints in this place, which was why he had been holding back until the time was right to strike. In a 2 against 4, there was no way the half-saints could defeat their opponents even if they were in peak condition. What's more, the blood demon had just used a secret technique that damaged his own blood essence. Regret washed over the blood demon's heart. All he wanted to do right now was run as far as possible. As for his companion, he had no time to care so much about him. A woman had shot out 3 bursts of firelight that transformed into 3 large rings of flame that wrapped around him tightly, however. These rings of flame sealed off the world around him and cut off all his hopes of fleeing. Yang Yen, the blood demon growled. After so many battles over so many years, both sides basically knew who the masters on the other side were. In particular, Yang Yen was one of the most powerful among the pseudo-great emperors in the star boundary. The 3 blazing flame rings were extremely powerful in addition to having a potent restraining effect. There was even a precedent where she killed a demon race half-saint with them. Yang Yen smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. There was no describing how happy she was. We've really caught quite a lot of fish these days. The blood demon's expression turned even uglier at those words. Taking a deep breath, his demon chi churned violently. In this situation, he would be in great trouble if he failed to escape before his companion died. Therefore, his only option right now was to put up a desperate struggle. Roaring at the top of his lungs, he transformed into a blood ray and rushed towards the flaming barrier. Yang Yen put away her smile and faced her opponent seriously. According to the plan, she only needed to tie down the blood demon and prevent him from fleeing for a while. Even so, the power a demon race half-saint could bring out in a life-or-death moment was not something she could afford to take lightly. If she wanted to delay her opponent here, she would need to give her all. On the other side, Yang Kai had teamed up with Bing Yun and Gon Li to confront the second demon race half-saint. This half-saint was a feathered demon. Regardless of their gender, those from the feathered demon clan were born with beautiful looks, and this one was no exception. He was so handsome that it was a little outrageous. Unfortunately, that handsome face was now filled with savagery under the siege of Yang Kai and his 2 allies. The feathered demon clan was most proficient in archery, so at a distance they had an incredible advantage. Take Boya, for example. She was a mid-rank demon king but had managed to kill a high-rank demon king simply by relying on her inherent talent in archery. Needless to say, a half-saint feathered demon would surely be even more incredible. During their chase, Yang Kai had been wounded several times by this feather demon. It could even be said that most of the injuries he sustained were caused by the latter. He had been acting weak just now, so he could only bear with it despite getting injured. Now, it was finally time for him to get his revenge. No demon race half-saint would be able to endure a 3-on-1 battle, much less a feather demon who was not proficient in close combat. After a series of attacks, the feather demon was chilled by Bing Yun's ice, which dulled his movements. Then he took a blow from Gon Li, which caused him to incessantly cough up blood. During this time, Yang Kai took the opportunity to stab out with his spear. Unable to avoid the attack, the feather demon was pierced through the chest. He only just managed to prevent his vital points from being damaged, but the martial truth had already entered his body. With all options sealed, the feather demon was both livid and indignant. It was a pity there was nowhere to vent the flames of fury in his heart. Time passed and his injuries deteriorated as the martial truth eroded away at his body. The power he could wield was also becoming weaker and weaker as a result. A quarter hour later, the feather demon could no longer defend against Bing Yun's attack. Her sword slashed him clean in half, but there was no blood whatsoever. The cold that penetrated his heart had completely frozen his body in an instant. Die! Xianxia followed up with his azure dragon spear. His ferocious sweep caused the two halves of the body to shatter into dust. Even so, he did not stop moving. Becoming one with his spear, he rushed towards the other side of the battlefield without pause, his movements smooth, fluid, and dazzling to watch. Bing Yun and Ganli hurriedly followed. Another quarter hour later, Yang Yen reached out her hand in a beckoning motion. The 3 large rings of fire transformed into 3 fiery bracelets that returned to her wrist. She looked down at the mummified corpse and exhaled softly. That was difficult. Bing Yun and Gan Li had expressions of agreement on their faces. Even with their absolute advantage in numbers, killing a demon race half-saint was still no easy task. The death struggles of the 2 half-saints had left them hesitant to act, lest they sustained injuries. There was no need to mention the injuries Xianxia sustained during battle. He had been the lure and stood at the forefront during both fights. Regardless of whether it was the blood demon or the feather demon, most of their attacks had been aimed at him. If not for the Dragon Clan's tough physique, he would be in great trouble right now. Bing Yun, Yang Yen, Ganli were all injured as well, but even so, their situation was nothing compared to Xianxia's. Their injuries were minor and would heal after a short period of recuperation. After checking their bodies to make sure that there was nothing serious, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia searched the battlefield below them for a bit, then he flew back with a gloomy expression. What's wrong? Yang Yen frowned. He tossed a space ring to her and replied, another one has fallen. She took the space ring and scanned it with her divine sense, and a trace of sadness crept across her face. This space ring was not an item refined in the demon realm. It had come from the star boundary. Moreover, all the items within it originated from the star boundary. It was obviously not something that used to belong to a demon race half-saint. If Xianxia discovered this object on a half-saint, that could only mean that the owner of this item was gone. The culprits were undoubtedly the 2 demon race half-saints whom the 4 of them had just killed in a joint effort. The truth was that this was neither the first half-saint they killed nor the first space ring they found that belonged to a pseudo-great emperor from the star boundary. Since the day Xianxia had hidden Yang Yen, Bing Yun, and Gan Li in the small sealed world, he had been constantly out fishing in the profound heavens temple. They had engaged in a total of 3 battles over the past 10 or so days, and counting the 2 demon race half-saints just now, they had managed to kill a total of 4 half-saints. Unfortunately, they had also found the space rings of 3 pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary on the corpses of those 4 demon race half-saints. How could the pseudo-great emperors and the half-saints die so easily under normal circumstances? They were invincible existences whenever the demon saints and the great emperors were not present in the world. They were the tyrants who dominated the star boundary and the demon realm respectively. It was just that the opening of the profound heavens temple had brought all the tyrants together in one place, so it was inevitable for casualties to occur. This aura... Yang Yen looked pensive as she carefully studied the remaining aura in the space ring. A long while later, she slowly let out a sigh. If I'm not mistaken, this aura probably belongs to Wei Wufa of the 14th Army. Gan Li's expression changed upon hearing those words. He died too. She nodded grimly and put away the space ring with a somber air. Wei Wufa still has surviving disciples. I will return the space ring to them when we get back. I hope they will rise again one day. Brother Wei, he had an army commander token in his possession. How could he die so easily? Gan Li looked horrified. Every army commander had an army commander token with a great emperor's attack sealed inside. Xianxia also had one in his possession. It was just that he had used it up during his battle with the Wind Lord in the Flowing Time Temple. Afterwards, the great emperors had gone missing, so nobody could refine a new one for him. Among the many tokens belonging to the army commanders, some had been used while others remained unused. Wei Wufa's army commander token was the latter case. Logically speaking, Wei Wufa only needed to activate his army commander token to turn the situation around in the event that he encountered any kind of danger. However, the fact that his space ring was in the hands of a half-saint said everything that needed to be said. Upon hearing those words, Xianxia said, there are various invisible restrictions within the profound heavens temple. The power of a great emperor probably does not work here. That was the only reasonable explanation. Ganli's expression couldn't help turning pale. He himself had an army commander token in his possession. He originally thought that he had a trump card in his possession, so he could rest easy. However, Wei Wufa's death had evidently given him a stark wake-up call. If he were really to rely on the great emperor's divine ability sealed inside the army commander token, he would have ended up dying without even knowing the reason why. Moreover, Wei Wufa was an old acquaintance of his who was not weak. Ganli was not confident that he could beat Wei Wufa if it came down to a one-on-one fight. Naturally, it was different in a life-or-death situation. Everybody had one or two hidden trump cards after all. There was no telling who would win or who would lose until the battle was over. Nevertheless, Wei Wufa's death had evidently been a huge shock to Ganli. He had not run into anybody else since entering the profound heavens temple, much less engaged in battle. That was the case until he accidentally fell prey to the natural spirit array. He was rescued by Xianxia and later stayed inside the small sealed world. Working together with Xianxia, Bing Yun, and Yang Yen to kill their enemies, he participated in 3 battles and obtained victory in all 3. Furthermore, he only paid a negligible price to kill 4 half-saints. Could be said that his journey had been very smooth so far. Therefore, he never imagined that Wei Wufa would die in such an inexplicable manner. He had even sat down with Wei Wufa for a drink and a chat on the night before they entered the profound heavens temple, dreaming about the various opportunities that could be found inside. Ganli suddenly couldn't help feeling a slight chill. If he had not been traveling with Xianxia and the others, he might have been the next Wei Wufa. Now that he knew his friend was gone, the elation Ganli felt from killing the 2 half-saints previously faded considerably, and he couldn't help feeling sorrowful. The pseudo-great emperors and half-saints in the Grand Dao battle were no more than the rungs of a ladder, meant for the others to climb to the peak. Will I be the one climbing those steps? Or will I be the stepping stone for others? Not many people can withstand the joint attack of a blood demon and a feather demon alone. Xianxia took out something to clean the blood off his body but did not change. The tattered clothes he was wearing made him look extremely terrible. Aren't you going to treat your wounds? Yang Yen asked. I'm afraid there's no time. Xianxia shook his head slowly. I have a feeling that the mysteries of the profound heavens temple will reveal themselves soon. The key to becoming a great emperor will gradually become clearer and clearer. At that time, it will surely be a fight to the death. It's more important to get rid of as many demon race half-saints as possible before that happens. Almost a month had passed since the profound heavens temple opened. Although this short period was nothing to all the half-saints and pseudo-great emperors, it was agonizingly long for the star boundary as a whole. The profound heavens temple was opened because the world's will of the star boundary had sensed an imminent crisis. It was an instinctual self-defense mechanism. The world was counting on the profound heavens temple to produce a great emperor that could save the situation. Even now, the demon essence was constantly devouring the lands of the star boundary. If the battle within the profound heavens temple continued for too long, the situation would become irreversible even if a great emperor were to be born. For that reason, the Grand Dao battle had to be settled within as short a time as possible, no matter what. As for whether the one having the last laugh would be the demon race or the human race, it was entirely dependent on their individual abilities. Yang Yen might have dismissed those words if they came from anybody else. However, Xianxia had the world's will, so it might be possible for him to actually sense something. Let's continue then. Hopefully, more fish will take the bait. Despite their efforts for the past 10 or so days, they only managed to meet 3 batches of demon race half-saints. On the other hand, they had not met even a single one of the pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary. The profound heavens temple was simply far too vast. Xianxia did not know how many half-saints they could kill before the key to becoming a great emperor revealed itself. Be that as it may, he could only continue with their current efforts. The death of even one half-saint was enough to tip the power balance between the humans and demons. It might be the deciding factor during a critical moment, placing Yang Yen and the others back inside the small sealed world again. He continued on his journey all alone. Although his efforts in the subsequent days were in vain, his injuries from the previous battle gradually improved. Nevertheless, he secretly became anxious. His divine sense swept across his surroundings at all times, hoping for a pleasant surprise to appear. Another 5 days passed just like that when, all of a sudden, Yang Kai abruptly stopped in the middle of his rush and perceived his surroundings with a frown. He felt as though he could faintly sense something, but he found nothing upon careful observation. It wasn't his divine sense that was picking up on something. It was another kind of perception. Therefore, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his head, and followed his instincts. An hour went by just like that. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Yen watched the projection in the sky with a frown on her face. Similarly, Bing Yun and Gon Li, who were standing next to her, looked puzzled. The three of them had been staying inside the small sealed world as shock troops. However, they were not completely unaware of what was going on in the outside world. Yang Kai kept up a constant projection of his surroundings in the small sealed world so that they could monitor the situation. That was why they were aware of what was going on in the outside world. What is he doing? Bing Yun was confused. Maybe he sensed something. Yang Yen recalled what Yang Kai mentioned a few days ago. Is the key of the Grand Dao battle about to reveal itself? Gon Li's expression froze. If that truly was the case, then he would have to consider parting ways with Yang Kai and the others. Although it was much safer to work together, it was a risk he had to take for the sake of becoming a great emperor. All of a sudden, Yang Kai abruptly opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile as he looked in a certain direction, this way. While speaking, he shifted his body and rushed in that direction. Inside the small sealed world, the expressions of three people turned solemn as they paid full attention to the movements of the outside world. Meanwhile, Yang Kai charged forward. The further he went, the clearer that vague feeling became, thus he immediately understood that the feeling he got just now was correct. The key to becoming a great emperor was in this direction. It was just that it had yet to fully reveal itself. He was relying on the world's will within him to perceive that vague feeling in the shadows. Just from this point alone, he already held an advantage. If he could locate that key before anybody else reacted to it, he might just be able to end this Grand Dao battle in advance. After rushing forward for half a day, however, Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He had not encountered a single half-saint or pseudo-great emperor over the past few days, but now two powerful auras barged into his range of perception. Judging by the unique characteristics of their auras, they were two pseudo-great emperors. Upon a closer inspection, Yang Kai raised his brow and muttered, "It's that guy." The aura he recognized belonged to none other than Song Mo. He did not know who Song Mo was with at the moment, but the fluctuations of their auras indicated that they were in a dire situation. A short while later, it became clear that Song Mo had also noticed Yang Kai's aura as he had turned around and led his companions straight towards him. At the same time, several hostile auras followed closely behind. Yang Kai's expression turned grim as he gritted his teeth. Is he trying to pass the burden to me? Shameless. If Yang Kai could recognize Song Mo's aura, then Song Mo was definitely no stranger to Yang Kai's aura. Despite knowing that Yang Kai was only a high-rank demon king, Song Mo chose to flee in Yang Kai's direction while being chased by several demon race half-saints. It was clear that his intentions were malicious. Yang Kai was bound to be the focus of all the demon race half-saints due to the world's will in his possession. Seeing as Song Mo was leading the enemy this way, there was no doubt that he was hoping to use Yang Kai to get rid of his enemy. If those demon race half-saints saw Yang Kai, they would surely lose all interest in Song Mo. They would definitely swarm over all at once to eliminate Yang Kai before all else, making it easy for Song Mo to calmly escape during this time. The moment the realization struck Yang Kai, his expression turned cold. Various issues had occurred between him and Song Mo. Just before they entered the profound Heaven's Temple, Song Mo even tried to pick a fight over his cultivation in order to prevent him from joining the Grand Dao battle. In the end, Li Wuyi even had to step in to overcome all the objections and settle the matter. The grievances between Yang Kai and Tsang Mo were neither large nor small. It was just that they could not stand each other. If they met each other alone in the profound heavens temple, Yang Kai was certain that he could never coexist peacefully with Tsang Mo. They were bound to fight each other. When he sensed that Tsang Mo was leading the enemy toward him, he even considered taking the opportunity to feed the other party to the wolves. He might as well use this chance to get rid of Tsang Mo once and for all. However, he decided against it when he considered that the number of pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary was inferior to the number of demon race half-saints in the first place. The bigger picture was more important right now. The two figures coming this way quickly entered Yang Kai's field of vision, and the distance between them shrank rapidly. Tsang Mo seemed rather pale, and he looked like he had been injured. On the other hand, the other pseudo-great emperor accompanying Tsang Mo was a middle-aged man that Yang Kai recalled was the Second Army's army commander with the surname Feng. This man surnamed Feng was in worse condition compared to Tsang Mo. One of his arms was hanging limply by the side of his body, swinging back and forth as he flew. There was also a huge bloodstain across his chest. It was obvious that Tsang Mo and this man surnamed Feng had fought the demon race half-saints only to lose badly against their enemies. Chasing behind these two were 4 demon race half-saints, with the one in the lead radiating an extremely fierce and imposing aura. His demon chi surged violently, and everywhere he passed, the vegetation withered away rapidly. That corpse demon was none other than the one whom Li Wuyi had told Yang Kai to be wary of, Jialong. During the previous Two Worlds Great War, Li Wuyi had fought Jialong thrice but failed to do anything to the other party. Could be seen that Jialong was very strong. According to Li Wuyi, Jialong was most probably the strongest out of all the half-saints. He was also the greatest enemy of the star boundary in the Grand Dao battle. Other than Jialong, the remaining 3 demon race half-saints each came from different races. There was a bone demon, a charm demon, and a feather demon. Each one of them was extraordinarily powerful. Their demon chi churned vigorously as they followed Jialong in pursuit of Tsang Mo and this man surnamed Feng. A few moments later, the man surnamed Feng, who was fleeing desperately together with Tsang Mo, suddenly raised his head, and a look of shock involuntarily appeared on his face when he saw somebody flying towards them at a high speed. After seeing who it was, he hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yang, hurry up and run." Unlike Tsang Mo, whose intention was to deliberately push his disaster onto Yang Kai, this man surnamed Feng's first reaction when he saw Yang Kai was to urge him to escape. He and Tsang Mo were already injured, not to mention that there were as many as 4 pursuers behind them. Even if Yang Kai's strength was comparable to that of a half-saint, there was no hope of turning the situation around. If Yang Kai rashly rushed over to provide support at this time, he would not only fail to rescue them but also end up getting dragged into this mess together. Upon hearing what the man surnamed Feng shouted, Yang Kai's originally frosty expression softened considerably, and he smiled back at him. It was hard to say whether Yang Kai would offer to provide support if Tsang Mo was the only one being chased. The overall situation might be important in the profound heavens temple, but he couldn't care less about whether a person who constantly bore malice towards him was to survive or not. It would be Tsang Mo's good fortune if he survived, but it would also serve him right if he died. Sadly, Tsang Mo was accompanied by another army commander, and Yang Kai could not ignore the other person, regardless of his reasons. Honestly, Yang Kai was reluctant to confront Jialong head-on before the final stage of the Grand Dao battle. He had 3 helpers hidden inside his small sealed world, which would instantly give him the advantage in numbers if Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng were added to the mix. Unfortunately, it would not benefit anybody if it really came down to a fight. Therefore, his plan was to meet up with these 2, place them in the small sealed world, and then escape via instantaneous movement. There were many restrictions within the profound heavens temple. The Great Emperor's divine ability sealed inside the army commander token could not be activated, space beacons could not be used, and even his instantaneous movement had been suppressed greatly. Be that as it may, even Jialong would be helpless against him if he was determined to escape, regardless of how strong Jialong was. Under the astonished and confused gaze of the man surnamed Feng, Yang Kai continued to rush forward at a high speed. As you humans say, wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find something by pure chance. A thunderous voice rang out. Jialong, who was chasing after Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng, suddenly caught sight of Yang Kai and his eyes sparkled brightly with a pleasant surprise. The corners of his mouth split into a sinister smile as he shouted, "Little bastard! This king spent much effort to find you." Jialong was not the only person searching for Yang Kai. In fact, all the demon race half-saints were desperately trying to locate his whereabouts. It was just that the profound Heavens Temple was too vast and there was little chance to meet others. Besides, Yang Kai had been going around fishing with his 3 hidden helpers, so even if a half-saint encountered him, it could not be considered good luck. Rather, it could only be said that their luck was terrible. Nevertheless, it truly was a pleasant surprise for Jialong to encounter Yang Kai in this place. Leaving aside the fact that his own strength was quite tyrannical, he also had 3 other demon race half-saints accompanying him. As long as he could hinder Yang Kai's movements slightly, they would have a high chance of keeping Yang Kai here. While speaking, Jialong's body shuddered all of a sudden. A monstrous wave of corpse chi overflowed from his burly body, rising into the sky like dark clouds. His speed increased greatly to the point he actually managed to catch up to the 2 fleeing pseudo-great emperors in the blink of an eye. The expressions of both Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng changed in unison. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated Jialong's strength. Throughout their pursuit, it was not that the other party was unable to catch up to them, it was simply that they were unwilling to put in too much effort into the chase. Now that Jialong had caught sight of Yang Kai, however, it was clear that he decided to end things as soon as possible without regard for consumption. The corpse chi that flowed out had the effect of suppressing the entire world, and when Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng were hit by it, they involuntarily swayed slightly and lost their balance. Thus, their expressions changed drastically and they both desperately urged their Emperor Qi to resist the invasion of the corpse Qi. Without warning, a trace of murderous intent emerged and locked onto the fleeing Tsang Mo. There was a whooshing sound as a feather arrow shot through the sky towards him. Tsang Mo's expression changed greatly. Even though he was running with all his might and did not turn around to look, he knew what was happening. It was obvious that the feather demon was attacking him. This arrow was too rushed and would not kill him, but there was a high chance he would not walk out of this place alive if he was hit by that arrow. At the critical moment when his life was at stake, Tsang Mo gritted his teeth and grabbed at something next to him, his hand gripping the shoulder of the man surnamed Feng. Startled, the man surnamed Feng widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Brother Tsang?" Tsang Mo expressionlessly shouted, "I'm sorry." Exerting strength in his arm, Tsang Mo tossed the man surnamed Feng behind him. Then he hurriedly continued pushing forward under the stunned gaze of his former companion. There was a soft swoosh and the man surnamed Feng's body jerked slightly as he felt all the strength in his body speedily flowing out of him. Lowering his head to look, he saw a feathered arrow sticking out of his chest. The arrow was wrapped in demon chi, which was corroding his body and causing the wound to expand rapidly. When he looked up again, he saw that Tsang Mo was already several hundreds of meters away. It would seem that he had failed to realize what was happening until this moment. The expression on his face instantly became extremely colorful. Various expressions flashed across his face until eventually settling on infinite grief and rage. He roared furiously, "Tsang Mo, you old dog! I hope you die a terrible death." He never imagined that he would be harmed by his own companion in the Grand Dao battle. Moreover, the person who plotted against him was only doing it for the sake of a slim chance at survival. Even in his weakened state, he could have avoided that arrow if he had attempted. The feather demon's archery skills might be terrifying, but that arrow had been far too rushed after all. It was not meant to kill, only to hinder the enemy's movements. Who could have known there would be such an unexpected yet unpleasant surprise? For a moment, the expressions of the demon race members became a little strange. Jialong led the other 3 demon race half-saint past the man surnamed Feng. Along the way, he stretched out his hand and twisted. The head of the man surnamed Feng was gone by the time they flew by. The headless body swayed unsteadily, fresh blood spurting high into the sky from his neck. Tsang Mo. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth and howled in rage. He had seen everything that happened in that instant, and while he was extremely shocked, a murderous intent also gushed out of him like the tide. He was already on his way to provide support. In just 3 more breaths, he would have arrived at that spot and placed both Song Mo and the man surnamed Feng into the small sealed world. After that, it would have been simple for him to escape. No matter how strong Jia Long was, there was nothing Jia Long could do to him as long as the space around him was not sealed. 3 breaths. It was only 3 breaths, but it was enough for Yang Kai to witness the ugliness of human nature. Song Mo had completely disregarded the life of his companion just to slightly improve his chance at survival. It could even be said that the man surnamed Feng had died at Song Mo's hands. After all, the feathered demon half-saint's arrow did not have the power to take any one of their lives. It was unfortunate that Song Mo had been so frightened of his pursuers that he used his companion as a shield instead. Die! Yang Kai's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and while shouting, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and viciously thrust it at Song Mo. Song Mo knew what was supposed to happen next the moment he grabbed and threw his companion behind him. Hence, he did not escape in Yang Kai's direction and instead turned to flee in another direction. In any case, the demon race half-saints had already discovered Yang Kai, and comparatively speaking, he was certain that the demon race would be more interested in Yang Kai. They would not chase after him, so he would be able to rest easy as long as Yang Kai could distract those demon race half-saints. But he never expected Yang Kai to react in this manner. Yang Kai was several hundreds of meters away when he made that thrust. The spear ignored the barriers of space to appear in front of Song Mo in an instant. A dragon roar rang out and Song Mo's expression changed drastically. A huge azure dragon appeared in his field of vision, rushing towards him with its mouth wide open as though to swallow him whole. The dragon fangs gleamed with a cold light as though they could crush him to bits at will. It was rumored that Yang Kai had come across great opportunities during the years he spent in the demon realm. It was also said that he was strong enough to rival a half-saint even though he was only a high-ranked demon king after his return. Song Mo had long since heard those rumors but never truly believed them. In his opinion, it was true that Yang Kai had great talent. However, there was a huge difference in cultivation realms. How could a person possibly cross that yawning gap between the Emperor and pseudo-great Emperor realms? Therefore, even if Yang Kai had a record of killing half-saints, Song Mo assumed it was all the result of receiving help from others. It wasn't until this moment when they exchanged blows that Song Mo realized that the rumors were true. This little bastard really does have strength comparable to a half-saint. When the spear came stabbing at him, Song Mo felt a mountain-like pressure bearing down on him that made it difficult for him to breathe. In his desperation to respond, he raised a palm and struck out with all the force he could muster. There was a loud bang and Song Mo grunted from the impact as his body was violently thrown backwards. On the other hand, Yang Kai merely swayed slightly before he regained his balance. The reason for this disparity was not that he was much stronger than Song Mo, rather, it was because the Azure Dragon Spear had given him an advantage. The other reason was that he had acted out of rage while Song Mo had reacted hastily to parry the attack. Shwa shwa shwa. Following the sounds of something slicing through the air, the 4 demon race half-saints arrived in the vicinity under Jia Long's leadership. Then, they split up as though it had been discussed beforehand to block off the escape routes on all 4 sides. Enclosing Yang Kai and Song Mo in the middle, they stared at the center of the field with a contemptuous look in their eyes. The situation today was not something that could be witnessed casually. Compared with the laborious effort of killing the pseudo-great emperors of the star boundary, the half-saints undoubtedly preferred watching humans killing each other. Damn you! Song Mo roared through gritted teeth, his gaze sweeping left and right. His shock and horror were dyed with a heavy dose of fear. When he looked back at Yang Kai again, his eyes were filled with rage. What is the meaning of this, Yang Kai? Yang Kai lowered his gaze, allowing his long hair to fall across his forehead, casting a deep shadow across his face as he quietly snarled, "The one who should die today is you. Old dog Song Mo." Song Mo gnashed his teeth. "This just harms both you and me. What good does this do you? This Yang cannot stand injustice." Yang Kai slowly lifted the Azure Dragon Spear, pointed it at Song Mo, and spoke in a dangerous voice. "This place will become your grave today." Big words. Let's see if you can back them up. Song Mo's facial muscles twitched as his heart was filled with resentment. It had been an instinctive reaction in order to gain a chance at survival when he abandoned and used his companion as a shield, but given the choice, he would do the same if he had to go through it all over again. It was just that he never imagined Yang Kai's temperament to be so righteous and unyielding. Despite knowing that there were 4 demon race half-saints chasing them, Yang Kai not only did not think of escaping but even went so far as to hinder Song Mo's escape as well. His actions are harming both of us. There are no benefits whatsoever. Doesn't he know what's going to happen after being besieged by those half-saints? Rest assured, I will definitely live much longer than you. Yang Kai's expression was cold and stern. Without moving his spear, he turned his head to the side and said, Jia Long, let's make a deal. Jia Long's eyes were brimming with contempt and amusement as he calmly replied, Do you think you have the right to negotiate with this king under the current circumstances? Pausing for a moment, he threw his head back in laughter, but fine. As thanks for giving me such a good show, you may spit out your last words quickly. I might just fulfill them if they amuse me. His posture seemed to indicate that he had already won the fight against Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he was not being arrogant, as he truly had an overwhelmingly obvious advantage right now. All 4 half-saints had their senses firmly locked onto Yang Kai. If Yang Kai so much as made a strange movement, he would instantly be met with a storm of attacks. It would be hard to say whether he could even manage to perform those strange space secret techniques of his in time. Yang Kai's expression did not change, remaining as serene as a long-dormant volcano as he declared, I'm going to kill this piece of trash, so wait until I finish him. You can use whatever means you like against me after I'm done with this bastard. I will face all of you together. As soon as that statement came out, Song Mo's expression became ashen. On the other hand, the expressions of the 4 demon half-saints were scornful. Jia Long even rubbed his lower jaw and looked pensive. Why should we? Yang Kai coldly snorted. I will be fighting him to the death. No matter who wins or who loses in the end, the remaining person will be an arrow at the end of its flight. Who can stop you if all 4 of you attack together? There is no harm to you, only benefits. Isn't that right? Song Mo's heart sank at those words and he cried out, Yang Kai, you're insane. Things would bode ill for him today if Jia Long and the others acted according to Yang Kai's wishes. Regardless of whether he killed Yang Kai or Yang Kai killed him, there was no way for him to leave this place alive. His original plan was now completely useless. For a moment, his mind sank into chaos and his entire body went cold as he secretly scolded Yang Kai for being so vicious. How can he make such a suggestion just to get rid of me? Jia Long and the others couldn't refuse even if they wanted to. Sure enough, Jia Long pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. There is some truth in what you said. Then, he revealed a hideous smile, his expression filled with pure savagery. But this king takes whatever he wants with his own hands. The instant the words left his mouth, a dense wave of corpse chi rolled out. Numerous figures emerged from within the corpse chi. It was clearly the corpse puppets that he had refined. Most of these corpse puppets were high-rank demon kings, but there were also 3 demon race half-saints among the ranks. It was clear to see that this was his entire life's collection. The moment Jia Long made his move, the bone demon half-saint also opened his jaw and a mass of emerald green ghost fire spewed out of his mouth, transformed into an emerald green cloud, and loomed above Yang Kai. Meanwhile, the feather demon knocked an arrow and pulled back the bowstring. On the other hand, the charm demon smiled seductively, her spiritual energy condensing into an invisible and intangible spear. The battle began without warning. The 4 demon race half-saints, each with their respective divine abilities, attacked both Yang Kai and Song Mo. At that moment, the world paled while the world energy in the profound heavens temple became tempestuous. A dragon roar sounded, accompanied by a golden dragon head that flashed and disappeared in an instant. Yang Kai's body swelled rapidly and turned into a more than 1,000-meter-long half-dragon. In the meantime, he swept out with the azure dragon spear and caused the flood of corpse puppets rushing at him to explode into pieces. Even the boundless corpse chi was swept away. Nevertheless, his spear did not stop moving. He spun it around to cut down the feather demon's arrow. After that, his large hand reached out to unleash his rupture secret technique, causing the world to collapse and swallow up the emerald green ghost fire hole. Yang Kai had dealt with the combined attacks of 3 half-saints with his strength alone, but although he managed to parry the first wave of strikes, the vitality in his body churned violently and a sweet taste of blood filled his throat. Even so, he did not hesitate in the slightest. Kicking out lightly, he lunged toward Song Imo with a roar. Die! The 3 demon race half-saints were focused on taking care of Yang Kai. Comparatively speaking, the situation on Song Mo's side was much better. For half-saints had attacked, but only the charm demon's soul attack was aimed at him. Song Mo's eyes went blank for a moment. However, that one brief moment was enough for Yang Kai to arrive in front of him, spear in hand. A sharp, murderous intent sent a tingle down his back as Song Imo angrily yelled, "If you're going to make things difficult for this king, then don't even dream that you'll be any better off than me." With a loud bang, a violent wave of Emperor Qi swept out as Song Mo's body seemed to swell slightly and strange patterns appeared on his exposed skin. He reached out to grab at something in the void and a long sword appeared in the grip of his hand. Following the downward slash, a powerful sword wave rushed forward. There was a loud explosion and a burst of energy rampaged through the air, turning the entire world upside down as everything collapsed in all 4 directions. Yang Kai's huge body was pushed backwards by several dozen steps. Similarly, Song Mo's entire body was sent flying and tumbling through the air. In the next moment, Jia Long and the other 2 half-saints attacked again without giving Yang Kai any respite. It was at that moment that 3 figures appeared beside Yang Kai. A wave of ice principles spread out and collided with the boundless corpse Qi. Bing Yun was rapidly forming hand seals while wearing an extremely solemn expression. At the same time, the 3 blazing flame rings flew out from Yang Yan's wrist and turned into 3 huge fire rings that enveloped the bone demon. On the other hand, Gon Li charged towards the feather demon and instantly became entangled in a close-quarter melee. Song Imo, who had been sent flying, widened his eyes at the sight of the 3 figures who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The expression on his face was extremely ugly. He instantly understood how Yang Yan and the 2 others had appeared. They had clearly been hiding inside Yang Kai's small sealed world. With these people, Song Imo nearly gnashed his teeth to bits. He would not have used the man surnamed Feng as a shield earlier if he had known earlier that Yang Kai was secretly hiding 3 helpers. As long as they could meet up with Yang Kai, they would instantly have the strength of 6 pseudo-great emperors on their side. No matter how strong Jia Long was, the disadvantage in numbers would have been enough for their enemies to pull back. It was just that he had only seen Yang Kai alone before. Besides, he was in the midst of fleeing for his life. How could he spare the thought to consider so many things when his life was at stake? He only wanted to use Yang Kai to attract the attention of the demon race half-saints while he took the opportunity to escape. He did not know if Yang Yan and the others had seen what he did before, but if they did, he would never have a place in the star boundary again in the future. On the contrary, there was nothing to fear if Yang Kai was the only one to have witnessed his actions. In the absence of evidence, he would never admit that he had ever done anything of that sort. Even if the demons themselves were to reveal anything, their words would only be taken as sowing dissent. Nobody would believe them. Deceitful little bastard. Song Imo was extremely aggrieved and enraged. He secretly blamed Yang Kai for not revealing everything from the beginning and causing him to make that choice when he couldn't see any other hope left for himself. At the moment, Yang Yan and the others were holding the 3 demon race half-saints back while the charm demon was still busy dealing with Song Imo. Therefore, Yang Kai was no longer restrained by anybody. A huge sense of crisis fell over Song Imo at that moment. The only other time in his life that he had ever felt this feeling was when he was being oppressed by Xianxia. It seemed as though it was really going to end badly for him this time. At that moment, an anomaly suddenly occurred. There was a loud ringing sound and the entire profound heavens temple trembled violently. Everybody who was present in this place, be they half-saint or pseudo-great emperor, abruptly lost their balance and staggered unsteadily. At the same time, the rich and dense world energy in the world quickly converged in a certain direction. A powerful and tempestuous vortex formed in a very short time, causing all the trees on the ground to bend and sway. Everybody's expressions changed drastically and they all stopped what they were doing and looked around vigilantly. It was obvious that something major had happened. The ringing sound continued for a very long time. That is, Song Mo's eyes widened so much that his eyeballs were practically popping out of their sockets. Staring up in a certain direction, his expression suddenly became ecstatic as he shouted, "The illusionary heaven's furnace!" A boxy giant furnace had appeared out of nowhere in the direction he was staring. The giant furnace was engraved with countless mysterious runes and patterns that were flickering with flowing light nonstop. All the patterns seemed to coincide with the Grand Tao, causing everybody who was looking at it to become entranced for a moment. The giant furnace was not tangible. Rather, it was an illusory phantom. Even so, it looked so real and solid. As the world energy in the profound heavens temple furiously poured into the giant furnace, it became bigger and bigger until it seemed as though it was going to fit the entire profound heavens temple inside of it. The world rumbled, world energy rioted. The giant furnace revealed itself, and the Grand Tao's aura flowed throughout every corner of the profound heavens temple. At this moment, every pseudo-great emperor and half-saint in the profound heavens temple couldn't help feeling as though a set of large doors was about to open in front of them. Moreover, the pinnacle of the martial Tao that they had been pursuing for their entire lives was right behind those doors. That was something worth paying any price for, including their own lives. Inside the profound heavens temple, silhouette after silhouette emerged. These silhouettes turned into streams of lights in various colors and rushed towards the direction of the giant furnace. The illusionary heavens furnace. Gonli couldn't help gulping hard. It wasn't until this moment that he finally confirmed the information that the star boundary had to be true. The profound heavens temple really did contain the illusionary heavens furnace. More importantly, the key to becoming a great emperor was in the illusionary heavens furnace. He was very eager and excited. There was a rash impulse in him that urged him to disregard everything else and rush over to investigate the giant furnace. However, the demon race half-saints around him were watching him hungrily, and he did not dare to act rashly. On the other side, Jia Long stared at the giant furnace for a moment before looking back at a certain spot not far away. A headless corpse stood there. It belonged to the man surnamed Feng who was betrayed by Zhang Mo previously. Although he had only been dead for a few moments, both the severed head and the headless corpse had shriveled and become mummified. A hint of contemplation flashed in Jia Long's dirty yellow eyes. Was that the last piece? He knew more about this situation in the profound heavens temple compared to all the other demon race half-saints. The day before the profound heavens temple opened, Xueli had summoned him to a secret meeting at Star Soul Palace. Nobody knew what Xueli had told him that night. Only the two of them knew the contents of their conversation. All the other demon race half-saints knew was that they had to kill as many pseudo-great emperors from the star boundary as possible after entering the profound heavens temple. Nevertheless, there was no need for something like this to be specifically said out loud. Neither the human race nor the demon race would have turned a blind eye to each other if they had encountered each other outside, much less within the profound heavens temple where the Grand Tao battle took place. Only Jia Long had been aware that the key to becoming a great emperor inside this source-sealed world was inseparable from death and slaughter. The key would only be revealed when enough blood had been spilled. The death of the man surnamed Feng was undoubtedly the last one necessary. Now that the giant furnace had been revealed, it was time for the final stage of the Grand Tao battle. All forms of forbearance and trickery would become useless from this moment on. The only way to obtain that one and only opportunity was by relying on one's own ability. All of a sudden, there was a loud noise. Energy burst out violently and everybody jumped in shock. Turning to look at the source of the commotion, they were greeted by the sight of Yang Kai's huge body bearing down on Zhang Mo. He had a grim expression on his face as he slashed out with the Azure Dragon Spear. That attack sent Zhang Mo flying and a spray of blood spurted out of his mouth in midair. When the giant furnace revealed itself just now, everybody became distracted by the sight. Both Zhang Mo and Yang Kai were no exception, but Yang Kai returned to his senses a little faster. The attack came so suddenly that Zhang Mo failed to defend against it completely. All his internal organs churned violently when that oppressive force slammed into him, and he cursed in his heart. This little bastard sure has a lot of brute strength. It was no wonder. With a more than 1,000-meter-long half-dragon body, how weak could Yang Kai be? What made Song Emo despair even more was that the impact from Yang Kai's attack had sent him flying directly in Jialong's direction. He desperately pushed his Emperor Qi to stabilize his body as best as he could, but it was a difficult task to achieve. Sorrow washed over him at that moment. He knew that he was doomed. Yang Kai wanted him dead and Jialong had no reason to allow him to live either. Song Emo was currently surrounded by enemies on all sides, so there was little to no chance of him walking out of this place alive. At this very moment, Yang Kai was stabbing the spear at him. The attack flooded Song Mo's entire field of vision with the figure of an enormous azure dragon. In response, his eyes filled with despair. However, a figure suddenly swept past him at that very moment, and it was immediately followed by the appearance of a behemoth that suddenly stood in front of him. The enormous body that appeared in front of him was exuding an extremely offensive corpse qi. Moreover, large chunks of rotten flesh were falling from the body to the ground and creating numerous craters below. Who else could this behemoth be but Jialong? Jialong had used some sort of unknown secret technique to make his body expand by several tens of meters in an instant. Although he could not compare to Yang Kai's half-dragon form, it was still an extremely extraordinary sight to behold. A monstrous aura emanated from Jialong's body as he rushed forward to meet Yang Kai's attack, and the situation instantly became a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. Song Emo couldn't help feeling both surprised and delighted to see this situation. He was surprised that Jialong had not taken the opportunity to get rid of him and instead bypassed him to confront Yang Kai head-on. On the other hand, he was delighted by the fact that nobody had the time to pay attention to him at this moment. Without stopping, Song Emo borrowed the momentum of Yang Kai's earlier attack to quickly make his escape, flying far away into the distance. He could still hear the rumbling sounds coming from behind, as well as Yang Kai's furious and unwilling roar. After surviving that calamity, Song Emo realized that his clothes were soaked in sweat. He really thought that he was going to die just now, but who could have known that a light would shine for him during his darkest hour? Upon further consideration, he realized that Jialong had let him go too easily. The other party probably did not have any good intentions in doing so, thus the joy on his face faded and was replaced by a gloomy look. Nevertheless, it was pointless to worry about something like that right now. His top priority was to go to the place where the giant furnace had appeared. A heavenly manifestation like that was undoubtedly a kind of guide. Not to mention all the surviving pseudo-great emperors and half-saints inside the profound heavens temple were currently gathering in that direction. If he were late to the party, somebody else might beat him to the prize instead. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Song Emo brushed aside all the distracting thoughts in his head, stuffed a few spirit pills into his mouth, and recovered his energy whilst he flew off. He had not been that badly injured in the fight just now. While Yang Kai's attack was terrifying, he himself was no easy target either. He might have vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, but it was nothing serious. Those injuries would not affect him in the coming Grand Dao battle. Both Yang Kai and Jialong currently had 3 helpers each, so everyone was currently locked in one-on-one battles. Yang Kai had been unable to do anything but watched Song Emo escape just now, hence, the rage in his heart was surging ferociously like an erupting volcano that threatened to burn the entire world down with it. There was no mercy in the attacks that he dished out. Space techniques, soul attacks, Dragon Clan secret techniques. He brought out an endless variety of methods to overwhelm Jialong. Jialong was a foe Li Wuyi had warned Yang Kai to be wary of. He was certainly more powerful than the other demon race half-saints and had extraordinary defensive abilities. It didn't matter what means Yang Kai used, he couldn't even leave a single injury on the other party. It was obvious that Jialong knew just how treacherous and troublesome the martial truth was, so there was no way he was going to let Yang Kai land a hit on him. As a result, the fight between the two seemed a bit awkward. Jialong's cultivation was obviously higher than that of Yang Kai's, but strangely enough, Yang Kai seemed to be dominating the battle. On the other hand, Jialong was like a sturdy wooden boat that was riding through the choppy waves of a stormy sea. He looked like he was in danger of losing at any moment, but the fact was that everything was under control. After fighting for a while, Jialong suddenly burst out laughing. "Let's stop here. There's nothing you can do to me no matter what you do." While speaking, he made a feint and left the range of battle. Yang Kai held his spear in one hand with a cold gaze. Although he wanted to kill this enemy, he knew that the other party's words were the truth. His cultivation was currently his biggest shortcoming. It was difficult for him to do anything with his current abilities when facing a demon race half-saint like Jialong. Continuing this fight was just a waste of time. However, Jialong's attitude seemed to be indicating that he had deliberately rescued Song Mo just now. Jialong could have taken the opportunity to seriously injure or even kill Song Mo, but he chose to let the latter go just like that. He even confronted Yang Kai head-on instead so that Yang Kai could not get away from the battle. Jialong's intentions were so obvious that anybody could tell as long as they were not blind. Song Mo had probably escaped somewhere far away by now, so there was no need to continue this battle. What's more, the illusionary heaven's furnace had been revealed. Who would have the heart to continue fighting in this place with the rarest of opportunities lying before them? Those were the reasons why Yang Kai did not stop Jialong from retreating. The other three battles slowly died down the moment Yang Kai and Jialong stopped fighting. Thus, the storm subsided in the blink of an eye. 8 pairs of eyes collided, causing a faint shower of sparks to appear. Jialong grinned and spoke in a rumbling voice. The key to the Grand Dao battle has been revealed, but this is just the beginning. Yang Kai, this king hopes you have the ability to live to the end. I want to kill you with my own hands. Rest assured, you will only die by my hands. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Jialong said, Then we'll be taking our leave. Let us meet again soon. The corpse chi swirled and wrapped around the other 3 half-saints before it transformed into a yellow-brown streak that rushed in the direction of the giant furnace. Let's go too. Yang Kai's huge figure quickly became smaller, gradually returning to his original form. Space principles fluctuated, wrapping around Yang Yan and the others. One instantaneous movement later, they all vanished out of sight. Gonli was secretly relieved at the sight. At the same time, he laughed at himself self-deprecatingly for being a little overly suspicious and pessimistic. He had been wondering what he would do if Yang Kai asked them to enter the small sealed world again. The reason he had willingly stayed inside the small sealed world before was out of consideration for their plans. It was safer to work together after all. However, it would be equivalent to handing all control over to Yang Kai if he willingly entered the small sealed world again now that illusionary heaven's furnace has been revealed. After all, he would miss out on the Grand Dao battle if Yang Kai refused to let him out of the small sealed world. That was something he was not willing to do no matter what. Judging by the current situation, Yang Kai was somebody who conducted himself honorably. It was clear that he had also taken the others' opinions into consideration, so he did not ask them to enter the small sealed world again. Rather, he did not hesitate to consume more energy to bring them along with him. Looking up, Gonli felt his chest burning with anticipation. The key to the Grand Dao battle had finally been revealed, but nobody knew what they were supposed to do next. They were even less clear as to what was inside that giant furnace. The giant furnace had been madly absorbing the world energy in the source-sealed world ever since it first appeared, causing the energy to swirl about in a frenzy that never stopped even for a moment. The furnace itself was also getting bigger and bigger as it absorbed more and more of the world energy. At this moment, it was already covering the entire sky. All of a sudden, the giant furnace settled down. The complex patterns carved around it shone with a dazzling light, making the Grand Dao aura in the entire source-sealed world become more and more intense. Both the demon race half-saints and the human race pseudo-great emperors looked pensive at this moment as they unknowingly gained a deeper understanding of the Grand Dao.